All right, good morning. Welcome back to docket number 23-1102. We're here today for our late file exhibit hearings in this matter. And do we have any administrative matters before we begin, please?
Yes, good morning, Chair Gillette. We have just a couple of things. We have one new witness to be sworn this morning, but also on the agenda, we're looking for some guidance on with respect to two panels, the cost of capital panel and the depreciation panel, where it's only indicated that Pura staff and parties have reserved the right to cross, but did not affirmatively, state any requested time for cross-examination. I know counsel for OCC and EOE are here, but we did communicate yesterday, and they, as well as the AG, indicated they I'll let them chime in if they have other comments, but that they did not have a need for cross and would waive to the extent that unless others had a need for cross-examination.
Okay, and this is just for the company's panel.
This would be for the company's panel on cost of capital and depreciation.
Okay, let me just.
Mr. Wright indicated also he's not here today, but authorized me to represent that on his behalf.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Vice Chairman, are you gonna have cross for those two panels? All right. Just one moment here. Okay. The agenda is a little out of order here. Give me one moment. Jaden, were you gonna have? Okay. We will with that information, I think we're going to excuse the cost of capital and depreciation panels. If those witnesses are not going to be present on any other panel, if you could have them adopt their late file exhibits by affidavit.
Yes, we'll do so. Thank you.
Okay, while we're here, so that's the panel on page 26 of the agenda for CNG and 28 for depreciation. While we're here, I see the same for the OCC depreciation panels, just reserve the right. Have we crossed that bridge in terms of whether we're looking to excuse those witnesses?
Good morning, Chairman Tom Wheel for the OCC. I was actually going to ask, there are a couple of panels listed for OCC on the agenda, and it's my understanding actually that we only had one late file requested of us, which was for the capital investment panel.
Okay.
So we weren't expecting to have any witnesses for the, I believe, revenue requirements and depreciation off the top of my head were also listed on the agenda, but since we didn't have late files for those witnesses,
okay,
we weren't expecting to.
Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, so we are getting rid of depreciation from our agenda. Okay.
Thank you.
One moment here. Already out of order. Okay, so the cost of capital on page 15 and 16 are also gone. Okay. Attorney Wheel, tell me again which other ones, please.
I believe revenue requirements is the only other one where we have a panel listed on the agenda that we didn't have a late file exhibit request. Thank you. And that would be page 4 of the agenda.
Thank you. Well, excuse that. No. Okay. Think I'm caught up here. Attorney Wheel, while you are standing, did you have any other administrative matters? And then I can come back to the company if there's more.
Thank you. One related one, for the capital investment panel on page 12, we did receive a late file request. That was the request for the deep greenhouse gas inventory. We did file that. It's sponsored actually by an OCC staff member who I originally instructed to be available tomorrow because it was my understanding that the late file hearing dates were going to align with the dates when the exhibits were requested. So he can be here to adopt that tomorrow, or he can adopt by affidavit. It looked like no one had affirmatively reserved cross for that panel, but I'd leave it to the authority's preference.
Does the company have an opinion?
We have no objection if they want to adopt by affidavit. We don't have cross.
Thank you. Based on the estimates, I will allow OCC to adopt that exhibit by affidavit.
Thank you. We'll file a motion as well as the affidavit just to.
Perfect. Thank you. As will the company on those
Correct.
panels. Thank you. All right. Does the company have anything, any further administrative matters?
We do not.
Okay. Any other parties or interveners with administrative matters? All right. Seeing none, let me then begin by swearing in our new witness, and then I'll turn it over to attorney. Well, please introduce the new witness, and then I'll.
Thank you, Chair Gillette. Just as a note, the companies are continuing with the same witness presentation as the evidentiary hearings, where the main witnesses are present at the table and remain sworn. For this panel, we have one witness previously identified, though not sworn in, who sponsored several late file exhibits, and that is Mr. Peter Lavulo. Mr. Lavulo, could you please state your name and position for the record?
Peter Lavulo, Senior Director of Networks Purchasing.
Very good. If you could please raise your right hand. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Attorney Vaughn.
Thank you. To the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of the evidentiary hearings in this case?
I did.
Yes.
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified?
No.
I do have one supplement for late file 97, an invoice that was requested as attached as a supplement.
Thank you. And that will be I believe. When will that be filed, Mr. Lavulo?
Today.
Very much. Subject to that correction, do you adopt your late file exhibit responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We'll begin cross with attorney staff, authority staff, Mr. Pfaff, please.
Good morning, panel. I know we have met before, but again, my name is Ryan Pfaff, and I'm a consultant for Pura staff. I'd first like for you to turn to the plant model provided as LFE 1, attachment 3. And specifically, please go to tab 4.1, the plant additions detail. And I'll begin my question because you may not even need to have it as a direct reference to answer this, but in the description and original filing column, which is in column D of the Excel file, I noticed that there were several projects that had NA in the field. And as an example, you can look at cell D22. And so my question is, can you tell me what NA represents?
Mr. Path, that means not applicable. And that's tied to the project ID. That was requests that we had in the initial hearing. And so the description of original filing, where there wasn't an applicable title for that project ID, that's what the NA represents.
Okay, thank you. I assume that NA meant not applicable, but always good to make sure that the record is crystal clear. So would it be correct that the NA represent projects that are new and were not included in the company's original application?
So for the example that you pointed to, which was on Excel row 22, there's the same project description on 23, which is tied to the project ID. And if you were to scroll across on row 22, you'd see that there are no plant additions for that line item. So I think it's rather just a matter of recategorization of that same project to the line below it.
Okay. That may explain that item, but if you go to cell D39, project description, physical security lifecycle management program, CNG, it appears that there are costs related to this project. And so would this project represent a project that was not included in the original application?
So for this one, I should say, first of all, that the capital investment panel may be able to provide more specifics on a project by project basis. For this one, there were additions in 2023. And so it's not a new project. I believe it's, again, due to a recategorization of the investments. But for the specifics on this project and its timing, I think those would be better for the capital investment panel.
Would it be, or I should say, is it your understanding that all of the projects that are listed as NA in the description and original filing column are recategorizations of prior of projects that were on the initial application?
Mr. Paff, I would say it's my understanding there were no substantively new projects in this update. There may be lines like you're picking at where there was a project displayed in one line that is now moved to another. Or maybe its categorization was changed, and I think the capital investment panel could describe that in more detail. But my understanding is there's not a new project over and above what was included in our initial filing substantively, if that makes sense.
It does to some degree. I guess I'm struggling with if these projects are just recategorizations, wouldn't they have a description in the original filing?
I think the key nuance here is in the last hearings, you asked that we add or fill in the project ID column. And so the first example you selected is a good example of this. There's 2 rows, Excel row 22 and Excel row 23 with the exact same description, but 2 different project IDs. And that creates an NA because we would have only had 1 line in our initial filing, but now that 1 line becomes 2. And that second line gets an NA in Excel column D, the way we've filled out the spreadsheet.
Mm-hmm. I have my Excel sheet filtered for all of the NAs, and I believe that there are 8. And there are 2 that are marked with, or I should say that sum to 0, but then there are the other 6 have costs associated with them. And I'm basing this on row, or I should say column AQ. And what I believe I'm hearing you say is that the capital investment panel is the panel that would have to be telling us how these projects correlate to the initial application. Is that correct?
I think so. I would have to defer to the capital investment panel to describe, for example, the physical security lifecycle management program. I just did the same filtering you just described, and see that's the first row with data for specifics of that project and when it was started. You know, I could look at this and observe that in February 2023 there were plant additions. So by definition, this can't be a new project. But in terms of the specifics of what this involves and things of that nature, I would have to defer to the capital investment panel.
Okay. Okay, I will hold my questions for them. Could you please open RRU 768? And I will also be referring to the plant model with these questions. In RRU 768, the company stated that if Pure decides to make plant-related adjustments, the company recommends that such adjustments be flowed through the plant model. Is that correct? And if you're looking for the specific reference, it's in the subpart A.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
And the company further states that the plant model determines plant-related revenue requirement impacts based on specific capital projects. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the response to RRU 768, the company provided descriptions and demonstrations of how the plant model will need to be adjusted for a hypothetical $1,000 plant disallowance. Is that accurate?
Yes, we provided illustrative examples of how such an adjustment would be flowed through the plant model.
And I know you specifically made the distinction between the process for a hypothetical $1,000 plant disallowance and a plant disallowance related to specific projects. Could you describe what the process would be for a hypothetical disallowance of a specific capital project in the plant model, how it would flow through the plant model? Would it be as straightforward as deleting a specific project or zeroing out certain cells in the plant additions detail, or would there be more to it than that?
That's the way we would do it. And just to provide some information about why we recommend flowing changes through the plant model, our concern is that if adjustments are done outside the model, there's a risk of misapplying depreciation, for example, where we've calculated depreciation using depreciation rates as proposed by the company. For intangible plant, for example, we've used the specific depreciation lives of those assets, and the risk of flowing through just a flat dollar amount is that it wouldn't pick up those correct buckets of depreciation and would apply potentially a composite rate that wasn't reflective of the mix of plant. And there's similar concerns around deferred taxes, for example, and trying to make sure that those are captured correctly. But to your specific question about how you would go about adjusting specific additions, yes, you would remove such an addition from the plant additions tab.
The plant model doesn't have project level detail for the historical period through the test year. Is that correct?
That's correct. We start with the balances as of the end of the test year.
So a hypothetical adjustment to that period would follow the same process that you described in the response to RRU 768. Would that be correct?
Yes, for any changes that the authority deemed appropriate for the test year, we provided an illustrative example of how to flow those through the plant model in that data response.
And if there were changes to the depreciation rates, how would those be input into the plant model? Which tab are the depreciation rate inputs included?
Those are inputs in the tab titled 6.2 depreciation rates. And there's two sets of rates in that tab. The first is existing rates, which are applied to depreciation expense prior to the rate year. And then there are proposed rates, and those are the rates proposed by the company's witness in this case, and those are applied to calculate depreciation expense in the rate year.
This next question is related to the revenue requirement model. I don't think you'll have to open it to answer this question. But on the revenue requirement model spreadsheet, there's a tab that's titled Assumptions and Inputs tab. And that tab has a plant model section. Are all of the inputs, sorry about the mic. Are all of the inputs to the revenue requirement that are based on the plant model included in the Assumptions and Inputs tab?
Yes, they are.
Could you please open RRU 443? The narrative response. And please go to your response to subpart C.
Pulling that up, one moment.
Sure. And the LFE that is related to this response is LFE 77, as well as the plant model itself.
Thank you for the patience. We're there now.
In RRU 443, the company was asked to provide a plant roll forward. The company was then asked to update this response in LFE 77. The response to LFE 77 referenced the plant's model, and specifically LFE 1 attachment 3 tab 12. So I pulled up the response to RRU 443 because I thought it would be easier to reference on this. But if you go to the table in response to subpart C, there are items listed in the adjustments column and the pro forma adjustments column. I know that this is an embedded table, but the table that we received in LFE 1 tab 12 was had the same numbers, but they were hard coded. And my question is, has the company provided the underlying calculations for these adjustments anywhere in the record?
For the historical test year number, the 8.486 million, yes, that can be found on tab 2, beginning plant balances of the plant model, and specifically cell G78. My recollection is the $28.487 million figure noted in labeled column E adjustments is adjustments as per our FERC forms, which have been filed in the record, but this spans several years. That row spans 2018 through 2022, so you would have to compile a number of FERC form figures. I don't recall for the pro forma adjustments from the test year of the previous case. I would have to check whether that's on the record.
Okay. To the extent the underlying calculation is not on the record, could that be supplemented?
Yeah.
Within the time frame that we still have before the close of the record?
I could just ask what that time frame is. I'm sure we can dig this information up and provide it in whatever venue is appropriate.
I think it's Friday.
How long is your cross-examination? No. Yeah, I think we can do that by Friday.
My recollection is this was just came from a schedule in the previous case, so we can dig that up and file
Okay.
that as a supplement.
Okay.
And if we could also get clarification about the 28,487 million, which I believe you said was an aggregate number from the FERC forms.
Yeah.
That'd be, okay.
No problem.
Perfect.
And just to make sure I understand, you're seeking that we supplement our response to LFE 77?
Correct. Please open RRU 766, both the narrative and attachment responses. And this response has actually been updated, so please open the updated response.
One moment, Mr. Pfaff, we have the original response, but are searching for the updated version.
Okay, thank you.
We have it now. Thank you for the patience.
In RRU 766 attachment 1, the company provided a list of mains that have been installed since 2020 for which no service or meter currently serves customers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The attachment includes the tech ID numbers. I don't believe that these correlate to the project numbers included in the plant model. Is that correct?
No, I don't think they would correlate.
Is there a way to tie the underlying projects related to these to the company's plant model?
Mr. Pfaff, your question is there a way to correlate the tech identification numbers in RRU 766 to the project IDs in the updated plant model. And I think the answer is not easily. What the project IDs in the plant model represent are project IDs for planned capital projects as used by our investment planning group. And these appear to be accounting information for specific components of these projects. However, what we could do, since some of these projects went into service after the end of the historical test year and therefore would be part of the plant additions identified in the plant model, we could research which projects these line items are a component of and provide you that information.
Yes, that would be helpful.
So that's a supplement to RU 776.
Correct.
766 maybe?
766.
Oh, 766.
Thank you.
And would the impact on the company's plant and service related to these items that it's seeking recovery for in this case, would that be the 409, 920 figure?
That $409,920 figure you referenced would be the gross plant value. These would attract depreciation once they're placed into service.
So the net investment doesn't incorporate any accumulated depreciation.
Net in this context refers to net of kayak. You can see the columns are gross investment kayak and then net investment, which here is the same as gross investment because none of these projects have an identified contribution in native construction.
The items that are listed on the fourth, fifth, and sixth rows of the spreadsheet. So the sixth row is the second to the final row. They discuss the reimbursement of costs from customers. Can you tell me why the company is seeking recovery of these costs that have been reimbursed by its customers?
Have we discussed this before filing the response? And I just cannot recall the specific circumstances of this reimbursement. My apologies.
Could we possibly check on a break and report back on that for that information?
If that would be acceptable.
I'll leave it up to
Yes,
the commission.
yes, we can do that.
Thanks.
Please go to RRU 767, which I believe was also updated.
Bless you.
In RRU 767, the company was asked to provide information related to unused services. This is similar to the request that we were just discussing. The listing provided in RRU 767 attachment 1 includes a column that it says job ID, and it also includes a work order number column. But again, these numbers do not appear to relate, or at least directly relate, to the project IDs that are in the plant model. Is there a way to tie these items back to their related projects in the plant model?
A couple comments. First, I think it would be conceptually similar to the question with respect to mains. Just quickly skimming through this list, it appears many of the line items have activity prior to the historical test year, so there wouldn't be a discrete plant addition detail, a discrete line item on the plant addition detail tab of the plant model. I would note in your question, you referred to these as unused services, and the company can't agree to that characterization. And our position is that all of the services reflected in our proposed revenue requirement are used and useful because they're energized and capitalized consistent with GAAP and the FERC uniform system of accounts. But I think to the mechanical aspect of your question, the answer would be similar to mains.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification, and I was not trying to mischaracterize what the company said. I believe my question stated that the company was asked to provide the information, not that the company agreed, but I appreciate that clarification. Could the company, similar to the previous request, provide a supplement here that would allow us to tie these items back to the plant model to the extent that was feasible?
Yes.
The tabs listed on this response, and I'll wait a moment as you finish, right? The tabs listed on this response include two tabs, one of which is part of SEP and one of which is non-compliant. Can you describe what those tabs are and why the company felt it was important to break those out in that manner?
So if you scroll all the way to the right, this panel did not sponsor that particular question on the. So suggests asking those panel members when they're up next.
Okay. Okay, I'm happy to do that. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Valcolina, anything? Mr. Papalino.
Good morning. Some questions on late file 15, please. Can you please explain what the Northeast Gas Association, specifically operator qualification line item is? What that represents?
And I'll start by saying the gas operations panel would be prepared to discuss the, breadth of the company's, the benefits the company receives from being a part of the NGA. But this particular line item represents the costs the company incurs in the course of benefiting from the NGA's operator qualifications training related activities.
And how is that that particular line item operator qualification different from the membership line item, which is right above it?
My understanding is there are distinct types of charges that we receive from the NGA. One specifically for operator qualification activities, and that's denoted separately herein for that reason.
Okay. Going to the associations, with respect to the association dues, are the amounts spent in the test year based on contracts, negotiated fees, or fee schedules?
For NGA,
Any of the associations?
one moment.
So everything here is subject to our normal purchasing process, but I believe when we discussed before, in the initial hearings, we talked about the PAOs, and they could be subject to the PAO process.
Remind me of the PAO process.
That's when the individual, if there's certain related to certain identified activities, and I can't remember the specific data request that we put it in, but the purchasing procedure outlines a handful of activities that are not required to go through what I'll call the normal purchasing process. They can go through the PAO process. So if they're related to any of those activities as outlined in the purchasing agreement, they'll go through that PAO process.
Okay. Do the associations bill the company for membership dues? Assume that's the case.
Yeah. We haven't been billed for 3 of them. They're proposed. But if we do get them, and the plan is that we would engage them and we would be billed them in that
Or
test year. I don't know what is wrong with my mic.
yeah, I'm closer than you are. But the typical process is you get a bill and you pay it. Just this particular year, you have not received at this point.
We have not engaged yet on those 3. They're proposed memberships.
Oh, these are proposed members. I'm sorry. And the ones we're looking at again? Can you-
Excel rows 15, 16, and 17, the GTI operations technology development expenses, the GTI utilization technology development expenses, and the NY search.
Okay, thank you.
But the other ones, yes, they're billed and paid.
The others bill to pay. And you would have okay. I'm not sure if there's anything in the record on these particular associations, since they're proposed, can you provide an explanation of each of those? And
Generally, those three memberships were described in the Clean Energy Innovation Panel, in their direct testimony, and then further in their rebuttal testimony. And I strongly suspect we answered some data requests on these too. I don't have those numbers ready to go.
these memberships would be connected with the clean energy proposals that are presented for approval by the company.
That's exactly right. You see on LFE 15 CNG attachment 1, Excel column D is labeled SFR schedule. And these three that Ms. Van Luling just referenced, going to that schedule now. They reference schedule C 3.06, numbered line 8, that's labeled clean energy innovation, and it's part of the operating expenses proposed by that panel.
Thank you. For the items that are not new requests, the company has received fee schedules, for example, for 23, 24, and have you received these for 25 at this point? Well, let's start with there. You have received for previous years, I would assume.
Yes, we've received
23 and 24.
fee schedules and made payments. The 2024, I don't know if they're annual memberships and when they end, so we may not have received something in 2024 and made a payment on it, but the payment in 2023, if that's the case, would be covering into 2024. So if they run June to June, there's a chance there hasn't been a payment yet in 2024, but the payment for 2023 carries forward to 2024.
Okay.
And we'd make the payment again in 2024.
And the estimates that you make or projections in terms of how you budget for 2025 fees, are those essentially previous amounts escalated for something, or are they based on a something that you're getting from the association for a predetermined future fee, if that makes sense?
We just used inflation.
Okay.
So the most prior period incurred inflated.
Okay, so for every one of the expenses here, it's essentially a previous year's amount increase for inflation.
Exactly.
Okay. Similar questions for subscriptions on here. These will be exactly the same questions. With respect to the subscriptions, are the amounts spent in 2022 based on contracts, negotiated fees, or fee schedules?
Yes.
Going back to, are there any new subscriptions we're looking at here for?
No.
Nothing similar to the previous.
No proposed, not yet incurred, not historically incurred subscriptions
Okay.
included.
And does the company have a fee schedule for each of these, as we just discussed for previous years? And
We do for JD Power we just renewed it while I was in the hearings 2 weeks ago. So for JD Power, that one I do know.
okay,
And it's a renewal period annually. It's not like, it's on a fee schedule set out past that time period, but for that one we do. I don't know about Fulcrum off the top of my head.
okay. And would the same response be, would you have a similar response for the others being increased by inflation then?
Yes,
Including the corporate allocated?
yes.
Okay. And for the JD Power, the specific amount, do you have that for renewal here as compared to what you show here is the 22,212.
I can get that for you.
Okay. You wanna do that as a read? Or you wanna leave it? Yeah, if you could
Yeah, I
read
can,
that in.
yep, I can get that for you.
Open marks. Um, hang on.
Actually, I have it right here. I have, sorry, I had CNG right here. Hold on one second, I have it. It is 24,640.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Do you want SCG while I have it open in case you're gonna ask the same question? Or I'll just write it in my notebook and I'll be ready.
Well, I'll do that later. Okay, good. All right. Light file 17, please.
You're there.
We had some, we had some discussions at the original hearings on this, and specifically to the miscellaneous training amounts, and just wanted to confirm that the company did not, has still just included miscellaneous service charges as a lump sum amount with no further breakdown of those. Is that correct?
Is there a particular line of the attachment you're?
So.
Oh, never mind that.
Unfortunately, my,
I see.
typically it's the last line item on all the attachments.
I see that, and that's correct. That's
Okay.
still reflected here.
A couple of questions about some of the items on here. Which are listed as mandatory. First one would be field ergonomics. Could you explain the mandatory nature of that?
And my apologies, which were you referencing?
So it's page 2, attachment 2, line 17. It's yeah, there are a few references in it. That's one we point out. But we did notice 3 or 4 instances of field ergonomics.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'd say that generally for these attachments, we sought to bifurcate the line items between discretionary and mandatory as best as we were able, based on what we felt was, legally necessary to perform the company, for an employee to perform the company's job. And there are a variety of health and safety related trainings that we felt were required. There are also a number of lines that contain costs for multiple different types of training. And I think the first line you pointed me to, attachment 2, page 2, Excel row 17, you can see there's a variety of different types of training denoted herein. And we identified this one as mandatory.
Okay. This one here is the second. Second one, workshop leading with impact master influencer. And that, is that the same thing, line 25? That's line 25 of the page 2.
So I see that this one is denoted as mandatory for EHS staff, and EHS here stands for environmental health and safety. So our environmental health and safety staff must complete this class in the course of their job duties.
Thank you. Late file 47, please.
I'm there.
This references LNG expense. Well, I'll also reference LFE 211 and the changes from that have taken place from Schedule C 3.11, which show an increase of 102,000 from the company's original application to here. And can you please explain the categories that have increased from the application to late file 1 and the reasons for the change?
I'm very happy to answer this question, but it does, I think, relate exclusively to SCG. LFE 47 provides.
You're correct, wrong company.
I am totally happy to do
No,
that, but I cannot speak for CNG on that one.
Sorry, my apologies. Other compensation panel. With that, those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is it for authority staff. No, Kate, sorry, Attorney Keenan. No questions. All right, then we will begin the Office of Consumer Counsel's cross.
Good morning, Tom Wheel from the Office of Consumer Counsel. We're going to start with some questions from Rich Sobolewski.
Good morning, Richard Sobolewski for the Office of Consumer Counsel. If we could turn to late file 3 and late file 10. These have to do with incentives. And late file 3, I know, shows various expenses that were allocated to UIL by ASC. In regards to what's shown in lay file 10, I think it's probably attachment 2, which are the allocated items, are the items in lay file 10 a subset of the incentives shown in late file 3. For example, on late file 3, there's 6,608,000 of incentives allocated to UIL. And then there's expenses, different incentives that are allocated to CNG.
So just so I make sure I understand your question, you're looking at
Attachment 2 of,
LFE 010 CNG attachment 2, and you're asking if the amount allocated to CNG in column I is a subset of the amount that was included in LFE 003?
right, like, so is what was allocated to UIL the items that are from well, I wouldn't say it wasn't the Alvin grid item shown in that allocation, but the other items, are those one and the same?
So they're related, but they're a tiny bit different. LFE 003 is going to be the expense amount, which is the amount that's expensed during the
Right.
year. LFE 010 was the paid amount, which it should be fairly close to the expensed amount, but it could be a little bit different from the expensed amount.
Okay.
And it's a subcomponent. LFE 010 is only asking for a subcomponent of LFE 003.
Okay. Are the costs on attachment 2 to lay file 10 are those recorded above the line in the operating expenses of CNG?
The long-term incentive program?
Yes.
No. When you say above the line, you mean are they excluded from
Are
the,
they charged to ratepayers?
we are proposing to include, hold on one second. So they are not below the line, meaning they are above the line from a financial statement perspective, but we did include a pro forma adjustment to remove all of the long-term incentive program from the revenue requirement request, which is in C318, work paper, page 1.
Okay. How about the short term, the STIP?
Can you tell me where you see the STIP reference?
Those are on the same attachment, but it's column E.
Those amounts are the incentive comp, not the long-term incentive plan, and that has not been pro forma out of the revenue requirement.
Okay, so I look on the last page of that schedule, the sum, it's 1,074,640.
1,074,639, or you're at in 2B?
Yes. Okay, now. And if I go back to attachment 1 of late file 10, that short-term incentive was direct charged, was direct not allocated. That amount is also being saw as
Yeah,
new requirements.
it, late file 010, late file 10, CNG attachment 1.
Yep.
Is the CNG employees
Right,
versus the allocated AMC, ASC, UIL employees.
okay.
And that is not being adjusted out of the revenue requirement.
And where are those in the application or late file 1? Those are in C318?
It's gonna be the CNG direct expenses and 316C, so 316D, I'm sorry, D as in dog.
That's for the direct, how about the allocated?
That would be the same as referenced before, C318.
Okay. Thank you. I have some questions on credit card fees, late file 6. Attachment 1.
We're there.
Okay. On attachment 1, it shows the actual expenses for bank fees for processing bill payments using credit cards for the period 2019 through 2024. You know, year to date for 2024 on a monthly basis, is that correct?
Could you please just repeat how you characterized
I called it
this?
bank fees for processing bill payments.
I think the term bank fee is throwing me a little bit, and this might be pedantic, but I think these are the costs of Chase Payment Tech, Kubra, and PayGuard, and bank fees can be a little bit broader. I think conceptually, you've got the right idea. I
Credit
just-
card fees, is that?
Thank you.
My understanding from Schedule C-3.14, the company's requesting $888,000 for the rate year for CNG.
For credit and debit card fees.
Right.
Correct.
Are those the same things that I'm looking at in that late file?
They are.
Okay. And the test year amount was $957.
That's correct.
From cross-examination at the regular hearings, it's my understanding that the fee is approximately 1.75%. Is that sound right?
I don't recall that.
Okay. What you show on the attachment 1, the late file 6, is that in December of 2022, you started with a service from PayGuard, is that correct?
I do see that, yes.
And it's charged on a monthly basis and it's $40,000 a year, is that correct?
Approximately, yeah, I see $3,333 a month, which
Okay.
multiplies out to ever so slightly less than 40,000.
Now, the amount of fees that's in for the rate year. You know how exactly that was calculated?
I recall that we provided a work paper in response to a discovery
Okay.
question.
Um, when you calculate the amount, do you look at to what the estimated bills are going to be, the estimated revenues for the rate year?
My recollection is there was a volume component to this. In other words, the volume of credit and debit card payments. I can take a minute to find the data request response. I'm recalling if that would be helpful.
If you could, that'd be great.
Give me a moment. So the discovery response I was recalling was PIRA 2 and specifically PIRA 2 CNG attachment 1. Page 2 is the work paper illustrating how that rate year value you quoted, the 888, was derived. And as shown therein, there's a estimated, the line is labeled credit dash debit cards, but that represents the number of credit and debit card payments we expect in each month. And then that's the next line imputes the cost by multiplying that volume by expected ratio.
Okay. Do you know if that takes into account what your forecasted gas costs are?
My apologies, I'm struggling to think through why our projected gas costs would affect this calculation.
Well, doesn't that affect the amount of each individual's bill?
It would affect the amount on the bill, but not the fact that we issue a bill. We'd issue a bill regardless of whether gas costs are high or low.
Okay, yes. But the amount of what the fee is, it's a percentage of the bill, is that correct?
I'm not sure. I don't know that. I think the particular responses you've been pointing us to have been sponsored by the customer service panel.
Okay, I'll save that for them. If we could move on to late file 22. The non-firm margin proposal. My understanding from late file 22 is that the company is intending to propose in the next PGA proceeding a multi-year amortization of what's been deferred. Is that a correct assessment?
That is what this indicates, and that's tied to the fact that we've accrued that by the time that proposal would go in, if our proposal in this case is accepted, there would be multiple years worth of NFM accrued at that point.
Okay. You'd have that as one piece, but wait, you're also proposing to return to the way that NFM was done pre-system expansion, where the remainder would flow through on an annual basis, the ongoing amount.
We are proposing, we use the term rebuttable presumption here that a 1-year amortization would be appropriate thereafter. I wasn't here for the period before the system expansion plan was implemented. My understanding is that is how it worked, but I wasn't here to say that with certainty.
Okay. Okay, let me file 41, if we could turn to that. Is that a CNG response or is that a SCG response? Okay, I'll say that for SCG then. Hey, late file 26, the attachment.
So LFE 41 is definitely SCG, but we think it might have a CNG pair,
Yeah, okay.
if you want to.
All right, it followed sort of the topic I was on. That's why I just had it organized that way.
Okay,
Thank you.
welcome.
In this late file exhibit,
My
company-
apologies, Mr. Sobolewski, you referenced which LFE?
LFE 41.
Okay, gotcha.
I think just for the record, the CNG peer would be LFE 16.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay. They file 16. The response talks about how different customers have different discount rates. There's a wide range of discount rates amongst customers. Is it the company's position that people have potentially higher discount rates than the company's weighted cost of capital?
Mr. Sobolewski, the company hasn't studied the so-called customer's cost of capital. I think the point we were making here is that customers have a range of costs of capital because they may be in differing circumstances. From our perspective, the financial analysis being conducted in LFE 16 CNG attachment 1, it's important in the company's view that that analysis be internally consistent. In other words, the discount rate that's used to discount the cash flows should be expressed on the same basis as the cash flows being discounted.
And in the response, I think the company alludes to that, customers have credit card rates that are significantly above the prime rate. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's one of the items we pointed to in support of our contention that customers have a range of costs of capital is some, that's one of the data points we pointed to, correct?
would you agree that customers with high discount rates, you know, if they're carrying credit card balances or in carrying utility arrearages, that they would benefit from a bill credit returning some of these items to the PGA?
I think mathematically that's correct. The final sentence of this response indicates that when the discount rate is higher than the return on rate base, the result is that flowing surplus NFM through the PGA is more economical than rate based treatment.
If we could refer to late file 26. The attachment. This lists the company's reserves, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are any of the items that are listed as no in the included in rate base column, are any of those funded by ratepayers?
Mr. Zabluski, I'll start and then I'll ask my co-panelist, Ms. Van Luling, to add, but I would say generally the answer to your question is no. Then there are a couple of clear examples of that. One is the SERP, where we've removed all SERP-related expenses from our proposed revenue requirement via pro forma adjustment. Another example is workers' compensation IBNR, where we've removed workers' compensation related IBNR from our proposed revenue requirement via pro forma adjustment. In other instances, there are amounts in our proposed revenue requirement that are adjacent conceptually to these reserves, but that's not the same as customers paying for the underlying reserve. And I'll ask Ms. Van Luling to expand on that last point.
Yeah, because from the reserves are the liability on the balance sheet. So it doesn't necessarily mean there was a corresponding expense that year. There may have been an expense a few prior years before. And once you've established that expense, if your reserve's not changing year over year, you don't have any expense in that year that would be going through the revenue requirement and would be paying by customers.
Could they be items that were paid in a prior year that weren't paid?
Could there be items paid in a prior year that are not included on here? Or am I understanding your question correctly?
Are any of these items expenses that were paid like in a private year that you didn't have to pay? So that's why they're in the reserve?
No, we follow GAAP accounting. We would never record an expense that we did not have to record. But if you say, let's take long-term disability, we'll estimate what long-term disability should be and say we reserve the 175 or 176,000. If for some reason there was no long-term disability incurred in 2022 and there was no reason to change the reserve in 2022, there's going to be no expense for that long-term disability, but that reserve stays there because theoretically you're still going to have claims against your long-term disability. So the only thing that hits the income statement is the change in those reserve balances year over year. And you can see in some years they're taken down too. So if it comes back showing that we may have too high of a reserve and we need less of a reserve, then that benefit would be flowing through the income statement in that time period.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Good morning again, Tom Wheel. Just one quick follow-up question on this same LFE 26 on line 4, Excel Road 9. I just recall the comp and benefits panel talking about how they had to classify incentive compensation as bonus compensation, I believe, on a
Correct.
BRIC form. So is there not short-term incentive compensation reflected in that line?
The bonus compensation, just not to be a stick in the mud, is the SEC format, not the
Yes.
FERC. Sorry. Your question is, in row 4 for bonus compensation, does it include the long-term incentive plan reserve? No, this is truly just incentive compensation or bonus as we classify it per the SEC rules.
Yeah, my question was short term because based on this, because long term I know was removed from the revenue requirement. So I was just following up on Mr. Sobolewski's question, and also that there's no schedule reference here. So I was just trying to clarify if none of the short term incentive that is in the revenue requirement reflected.
This is the short-term incentive, yes. So
Okay.
yes, it is there's a component of the short-term incentive bonus, and incentive program are all the same things when I'm talking about this. This would be the corresponding reserve, but that would go with that amount.
Okay. Thank you. I do have other questions. Just a second. Can I start with some questions about late file 5? And this might, we'll see, this might require help from the capital investment panel, and I can ask them if so, but the response describes Primavera software and specifically licenses.
Mm-hmm.
And is that amount on, sorry, I'm looking at, oh, sorry. Referencing RRU 15 attachment 2, which this late file references.
RRU, I'm sorry, 15?
Sorry, 115 attachment 2.
Yep, I'm here.
So that the line row 10, the 37,601.18 amount, is that that's the Primavera software license?
Correct.
Okay. And that's incurred by ASC and allocated to CNG.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the one that might be for the capital investment panel. Do you know if that's the same Primavera, the same thing as the Primavera Cloud reference that's on CNG CIP 3 supplement 5?
I'm gonna need the investment panel to answer that question
Okay.
for you. But it's their tool, so they'll know that.
Okay. I guess maybe this is a question about this that maybe you can respond to. The software license amount, 37,601, that's an expense, right? I mean, it's an expense because it's an allocation, but that's not a capital investment even for ASC. Is that accurate?
No, not a capital. This particular item that's flowing through does not qualify for capital.
Okay.
My guess is it does not, my guess, and I can double check, is it doesn't meet the cloud-based software rules because we probably can't have the system on our own without Primavera hosting it.
Okay. Thank you. My next couple of questions also might have to be deferred to this time the compensation and benefits panel, but for LFE 10. Specifically attachment 1.
We're here.
So does this show the total incentives paid? I know Mr. Sobolewski was asking about this, but is this the total paid on a per employee basis in both 22 and 23?
Paid, correct.
Okay,
For CNG, yes, correct.
okay,
And just so we're on the same page, the short-term incentive program is also known as the bonuses, also known as the incentive program.
okay. Thank you. So if I just want to confirm that I'm doing this right, if I filter that, if I'm looking at column D, can I filter that for the union classification? Would that give me the total incentives paid to union employees in each of those years?
Paid, correct, yep.
Okay. And then I think on this exhibit, the only other classification is APA. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. So if I took to the total short-term incentive paid to the APA classified employees, I got $727,572 for 2022.
1 second, you're ahead of me on the filtering.
Sure.
$727,572. Yes, correct.
Okay. And that's for 71 employees?
71 employees, correct.
Okay.
71 CNG specific employees.
Okay. Thank you. I noticed so I did the similar filtering for union employees. And I don't think we need my questions were just to make sure that that filtering process made sense. But when I did similar filtering for the union employees, I came up with a total for 2022 of 10,247. And I averaged that by the total of 27 employees to get an average, of course, with the caveats that it's an average of $506.71 per employee. But the reason I'm teeing that up is that there was an outlier, which is employee number 78.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now.
Yeah, I was just curious why the incentives paid to that employee are so much like multiples higher.
If we can get back to you at the comp and benefits panel, that would be
Okay,
helpful if you don't mind.
sure.
The 844939.
Yes. Let me just put a note in here so I don't forget. Sorry. And actually, I think I had questions about there's an increase from 2022 to 2023. I had specific questions about what's driving that increase as between the two classifications of employees. Would those questions be better for the
Yeah.
benefits panel? Okay. I think the rest of these questions, I had some more, yeah, I had specific questions that I think require probably the comp and benefits panel to explain this. I guess my question would be the specifics of any individual employee or subset of employees' compensation. Would those be better posed to that panel? Okay. I had questions about attachment 2 to the same exhibit, but I think most of them might also be better for the comp and benefits panel, but I'm just trying to scan through. Well, attachment 2, these are costs allocated to CNG from employees of Avangrid and UIL. Is that correct?
Yeah, AMC, ASC, and UIL, correct.
Okay. I guess just to be sure, I had some questions about, I had another question about a specific employee number, another kind of outlier question for that exhibit. Would that be better posed to the comp and benefits panel?
If you don't mind just telling us the number now so we can get ahead of it. But that would
Sure.
probably be better.
On the 2022 tab, employee number 1050 is listed as a UIL Holdings Corporation, but also union. And I was just curious why it seems to be that that's the only employee on this tab that has that designation. So I was just curious the reason for that. I can find the row reference.
I have it 1095.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure this question is also for the comp and benefits panel, but similarly, there are 2 employees, officers, number 37 and 38, that are designated as EVP/APA, and I was curious what that meant. Whereas all the other, I mean, everyone else is either EVP or APA.
Yeah, I'll double check with the comp and benefits panel, but I'm fairly certain that these individuals would have switched from the APA to the EVP or vice versa during the year. And so they would have spent time in both of the plans, and that's why it's listed that way.
Okay. I also, and this might be a question for you, officer number 34 had no allocation to CNG. Again, on the 2022 tab. And I was just curious why that. Oh, that was just an example, actually. There are several. In column E, I was just curious why some officers or employees have no allocation at all.
There are employees who service the other operating companies solely, just as in there are ASC employees who service just the Connecticut companies. And
Yep.
so we'll double check and confirm at the comp and benefits panel. I don't have the names, but I'm sure that my guess is that my very well-educated guess is that these particular employees don't provide service to CNG and SCG, and therefore there's nothing allocated to them.
Okay, so this exhibit represents, at least for 2022, every employee of the 3 parent companies. Okay. Sorry for not going very fast. I'm just trying to, there's some that I like very obviously need to ask the next the comp and benefits panel. Maybe as a follow-up, I assume this also has to go to the comp and benefits panel, but that same employee 1050 who was the single designated union employee on the 2022 tab, I noticed that the same employee number, at least, there's an employee 1050 on the next tab for 2023 that's designated as APA. So I was just wondering.
APA union.
Yes, APA/union. Actually, I think that employee is there. I saw another employee 1090 who's designated as. Oh, okay. Yes, my notes were confusing. My question was what that APA union designation means.
I believe it means someone went from either the union to the APA or the APA to the union during the year, but we'll make sure that my response is correct at the comp and benefits panel.
Thank you. And I noticed in the 2023 tab, there are 22 more employees with allocations. As we just discussed before, that there are some employees that aren't allocated to CNG, and there are 22 more in 2023 with allocations generally than in the prior tab. So I was wondering what was driving that. Which is that probably also for comp and benefits?
Yeah, one moment. This would just be the normal movement of employees. So I believe we did answer a data request on CNG and SCG employees who had moved to the service company, and this would be the
Okay.
result of the allocations coming back down in those movements.
Okay. That was going to be my follow-up question, was whether that was the result of that shift. Okay. I'll move on to, I think, the late file that finally that this panel can actually fully address, but is late file 18. And again, specifically attachment 1 and I guess the narrative response.
We're there.
Okay. So this is just for anyone who's listening, following along, this is the late file addressing the misallocation of technical services that was discussed during the hearing and the potential impact on the earning sharing mechanism for 2022. On attachment 1, row 56, which is labeled line 42, just making sure I'm tracking this, the authorized 9.3% earnings on 314,046,554 of equity capitalization, 314 million of equity capital would have been 29 million. And is that the same number that's reflected on the earnings statement, which I can give you the reference to, which is in the record OCC 691, attachment 1, page 107.
OCC 691,
Attachment 1.
attachment 1, line.
It's page 107. And on that page, there's a 29,206 number. I just want to check to confirm that that's the same, conceptually the same number that's reflected on the attachment 1 to.
It is. It's both conceptually the same and also actually the same.
Okay. Thank you. And in that original filing, again, OCC 691, attachment 1, page 107, which again, for anyone following along, is the Q4 2022 earnings statement that reported the over earnings for that quarter. What was reported in that filing was an over earnings of 5.553 million. And what's reflected on this attachment is that had the misallocation been accounted for, it should have been 5.739 million. Is that, well, I guess rounding 5.740.
5740, yeah, correct.
Okay.
That's the amount in total.
Yes. And then you're dividing that number in half because of the 50/50 ESM to get $2,869,872.50. And then that's grossed up with the conversion factor to get to that 4.06 million.
4202. The 406 is the as filed page 107.
Oh, okay. Yep. Thanks. I just wanted to make sure I was tracking all of that. Is that one question though, is the conversion factor affected by this?
Yeah, No, it goes the other way. The conversion factor affects this. The conversion factor does not change because of this.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I understand the gross up concept. I just wasn't sure if the reported higher level of earnings makes the gross up factor number different at all.
Now, the gross up factor includes an income tax component, an uncollectible expense component, and a gross earnings tax component, and none of those rates are affected by this change.
Okay, thank you. Is there any adjustment reflected in LFE one to reflect this difference? I guess I can back up. Let me ask a foundational question. The company hasn't yet credited back the 2022 over earnings, correct?
We think we have.
Okay. I think I must have misunderstood some testimony from the hearing. So does the company have any proposal to address this discrepancy, or is there no adjustment?
One moment.
Sure.
Attorney Wheel, so your question was, has the company made a proposal for returning this amount to customers in this case? And
Yes.
the answer to that question is no, we have not. However, in our rebuttal testimony, we identified some differences between the amount the company actually returned to customers and the amount of earning sharing due to customers due to volumetric differences. I think our rebuttal testimony described that we proposed refunding these amounts over the period October, November, and December, and then the authority changed the give back period to December, January, and February to better align with the winter heating season. But the volumetric rate was not adjusted, and that resulted in a over return in effect to customers.
Yep.
And there were a few different gears wrapped up in that, and the signs went a couple different directions. But I think in this, my recollection is in this case, it resulted in an over return. And in our rebuttal testimony, we proposed in effect addressing that here in this case. If our proposal with respect to those volumetric changes were accepted, we would be amenable to addressing this in that true up as well.
Okay. Thanks. And I do remember we talked about that during the hearing. Do you know off the top of your head or otherwise what the difference between what was the over credit that resulted from that?
I'm sure it's on the record. I could find that if that would be helpful.
I could find it too. I was just curious if the authority accepted that proposal and the company correspondingly adjusted that proposal to account for the misallocation issue with the over earnings. Would that be a reduction to the debit back to the company, or would it result in a credit? In other words, was the number that should have been reported as a result of this misallocation, the difference there higher than what was accidentally over credited back to customers, if that makes sense?
One moment. As described in the rebuttal testimony of the revenue requirements panel at pages 44 to 45, there are a couple of components to our proposal, one of which is an asset, one of which is a liability. However, it is a net liability, and this would make that more of a liability.
Okay, thank you.
And that anticipating that we'll get a similar question for SCG, that is true for CNG. The signs at SCG go the other direction.
Understood. I do have a question about that, but I'll still hold that for the SCG panel. 1 second. Just for clarification, and I apologize, I did read the rebuttal testimony and the proposal, but what's the treatment for what's the proposed, just for the sake of clarity, absent the issue that we've been discussing about the misallocation, the proposal, how would that, as you said, it was partially liability and partially asset. What was the proposal to actually, what's the mechanism that would flow back to the company or back to customers?
That would be a regulatory amortization. We've in LFE 1 CNG attachment to schedule CNG WP C3.23. That's our regulatory amortization schedule. We added a couple of rows for the assets and liabilities I just mentioned.
Okay.
So the mechanism would be in effect a regulatory amortization reflected in the base distribution revenue requirement.
So that's already, that's already in late file 1, again, absent any adjustment for the misallocation of technical services issue.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's, unless Mr. Sobolewski had a follow-up.
So the misallocation isn't in late file 1?
A couple of comments there just for clarity. First, we reflected a pro forma adjustment to fix the misallocation in Schedule C3.18. So the amount of corporate service charge expense is adjusted for both CNG and SCG, and you can see that they're the same amount, opposite signs between the two companies. We've included an adjustment to reflect the volumetric disconnects I was discussing with Attorney Wheel on Schedule C 3.23, but we have not included an adjustment for the effect of the misallocation on the ESM filing CNG made. It's approved by the authority and has subsequently been flown back to customers.
And the over return of the ESM due to the different periods from what you proposed, that over return of excess earnings, is that in late file 1?
That is,
Okay. That is, but this one piece is not.
with the one piece referencing the,
What's in late file 18?
exactly. We could characterize that as retroactive rate making, and it's not an LFE one.
One last question. So if, getting back to the suggestion that if the authority were to accept the adjustments, the regulatory deferral amortizations proposed relating to the volumetric error and the, that the company would also make an adjustment to, or would be agreeable to making an adjustment to, because of the misallocation issue, would that be as simple as the authority just adding $136,980 to the liability that's the ESM liability that's already on late file one. And that number, just for the record, I'm getting from the response to LFE 18, which is the additional give back that's described there.
I think it would, there was a component of your question I just want to emphasize. You said it was to the, I actually forget exactly what you said, but I think the adjustment would be to the balance to be amortized, not the
Yes.
amortization. Adding that to the amortization would recreate the same issue.
Yes.
But if you,
I mean, if you want to add it to the amortization, we'd be all for it. But I understand. Yeah. But what I meant was was increasing the overall liability and then amortizing it similarly as proposed.
that's right. Adding it to the balance to be amortized would then have the result in the appropriate flow through effects on the revenue requirement. If you add it to the amortization, I suspect we'd be having a similar conversation next time CNG and SCG come back.
Understood. Thank you. That was OCC's last question for this panel.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, and when we return, we will conduct cross of this panel by EOE, please. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we will go back on the record and resume cross with EOE, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. Chris Parent from EOE. I have a few topics. A couple of them will be very quick, but I'll just jump right in. Refer to LFE 1 attachment 5. Did the company provide a complete PricewaterhouseCoopers actuarial report somewhere? I noticed certain pages being provided kind of throughout the LFE filings, but I didn't see a full report to include the scope, the disclaimers, the actual signature, the actuary's opinion.
We did not provide the full, I know we did omit certain pages related to other subsidiaries that were not CNG, SCG. I know what you're asking for, like the initial letter page that they sign it. I can't recall if if it came with that, with the signature. But we did not file that page anywhere in the record.
So I'm not just looking for that page, I'm looking for the full report. The original filings, I believe it was number 11 of I could look up the actual number, but I believe it was attachment number 11 to the revenue requirements panel, included the full report. Specifically, they were unique for CNG and SCG. I'm wondering if there was a similar report.
This was a abbreviated procedure, so we don't have like a full report like what we had filed before, but we can go back and see what other pages we have that we may not have included.
Other pages. So was the information you used final?
Yes.
Yeah, so I guess could the attachment 5 be supplemented with whatever information was provided that would demonstrate this being a final product from PwC?
Yep. Yep.
For all of the pages, that is specifically.
Yep.
Moving on, refer to LFE 24.
I'm there.
Actually, before I hit LFE 24, I jotted something down that came in this morning. I just want to clear that so I can stay on topics. Just this morning, the customer service panel pushed through a revision to LFE 148. And it appears it adjusts costs on the 35% insourcing that was provided. I plan to pose some questions to the customer service panel, but I wanted to understand if there was a change to LFE 1 pertinent to the change that was just come through this morning.
No, I'm familiar with that change, and the customer service panel adjusted the attachment provided with LFE 148 to be consistent with LFE 1. The initially filed version was not consistent with LFE 1, and there was a
Okay.
change to come to LFE 1. LFE 1 does not have to change to come to 148, if that makes sense.
I believe it does. So I think that means my questions that I'll have for the customer service panel will not impact LFE 1 is the clarification I was trying to get. So, okay, I'll move back to where I just was a moment ago. So LFE 24, am I correct to understand that the company had reduced the rate base in the prior rate case for the workers' compensation reserve? So this was the prior rate case that was subject to the settlement agreement.
That's correct.
Did the company do that here?
Did not,
Why?
because in the last case, the company did not make a pro forma adjustment to remove workers' compensation related IBNR from its proposed expenses. But we did make a pro forma adjustment to remove such expenses in this case. And so, you know, we've harped on the importance of consistency the few times in a few different places. And I think this is another example of where that's important. In the last case, the treatment of workers' compensation related IBNR was consistent between the expense schedules, the C schedules, and the rate-based schedules, the B schedules, in that it was included in both places. Here, again, our treatment or our proposed treatment is consistent, but it's consistent in that it's excluded from both schedules.
So since the original hearings, I actually was spending some time to make sure that I was understanding the position that you shared, which is very similar to what you just said. Am I correct to understand that what the company did for the pro forma adjustment that you referenced was simply remove the test year change in reserves? It did not remove all expenses associated with work comp. It's simply the change in the test year reserves.
Correct.
How does that reconcile? So if it's only the test year's change in reserves, there were still expenses included. And if, as an accountant, I'm trying to reflect on this, if the expenses were included in the prior years to build up the reserves would not be necessarily applicable just as a result of 2022. I'm trying to reconcile the pro forma reference that you just made.
No, that's fair. And I think I see the logical conclusions you're trying to draw. I think that where you might struggle in that line of thinking is with the numbers. I'm pulling up our response to OCC 506 and specifically our response to subpart D, which demonstrates that there was a relatively significant increase in the size of that IBNR reserve in the test year. It increased for CNG to over 900,000, where in 2021 it was just over 500,000, and in the year before it was just over 250,000. So I think I understand conceptually. I think what you're saying is customers paid for IBNR related amounts in the past, and those IBNR related amounts are what built up the reserve. But I think what you'll see if you look at the data is our current reserve or reserve in the test year is anomalous relative to those historical years. And I think you can even see the amount we reduced from rate base in, I've lost the reference here, in the last case was significantly smaller than the balance we see today. So I would go back to the importance of a revenue requirement that is internally consistent. We've proposed treatment on the expense side that's aligned with our proposed treatment on the rate base side.
So I don't want to cross over from CNG to SCG, but I'll provide a hypothetical which does relate to SCG. So if the adjustment that you referenced wasn't significant on the expense side or went the other way, perhaps hypothetically like SCG might have, would your opinion still be the same?
It would. I think in concept, our perspective is it's important for the treatment on the income statement side to be the same as the treatment on the rate base side.
Sorry about the distraction there. For clarification, so I'm going to repeat back what our prior question and response was. The prior rate base had the work comp reserve as a reduction to rate base. The current proposed revenue requirements does not have it as a reduction. The pro forma adjustment is the rationale. Is that correct? Did the various ESM filings, the calculations for the earnings sharing mechanism filings since the last rate case include the work comp reserve as a reduction to rate base or not?
I don't know offhand. We'd have to check. That is something we could learn, but I don't know offhand.
I'm gonna ask my question first. If it is a part of your rate base, or it is a reduction to your rate base, it would normally be included in your ESM calculation. Is that correct? If I understand it?
Yeah, and I'm pausing because for CNG and SCG, the report that we file with the authority for the ESM has a relatively prescribed list of identified rate base items, and I forget the exact label, but there's one line that broadly lumps together regulatory assets and another line that broadly lumps together regulatory liabilities, and I'm just not sure sitting here right now whether that regulatory liability line included the workers' comp reserve I've been discussing with Mr. Perrin.
So just hypothetically, unrelated to all of this, if you have a, revenue requirement and a portion of that has a reduction because of a reserve, that would always be a part of it, or would there be a reason you'd remove it from your revenue requirement calculation as a part of the ESM?
I think I'm getting a little bit tripped up on the exact way you're asking.
So if you have something that was approved or agreed upon in a settlement, one of which includes a reduction, wouldn't that always be a part of the calculation for ESM? And just generally speaking.
I would expect it to be.
Okay.
Attorney Wyman's question, I think, might be good to provide clarification. Would you agree that the ESM is based on GAAP financials?
So the earnings sharing mechanism isn't like a gap concept. There's no gap prescribed formula or way to calculate that.
Sure.
And then the inputs to the earnings sharing calculation are based on the FERC form.
Okay, so for clarification then, so the ESM, and I was referring to inputs, not the calculation itself, so thank you for the clarification. So the ESM inputs are based on FERC. The rate case, whatever was prescribed in the prior rate case, could that be different from what is being reported based on FERC requirements?
My apologies, Mr. Perrin. Could you please repeat your question?
My question was, would it be fair to say that the inputs within the earnings sharing mechanism would be based on the requirements defined by FERC? However, the FERC requirements might not necessarily reconcile exactly to what was prescribed in the rate case. Is that an accurate?
I think
Yeah.
that's fair. FERC's not going to say exactly how to calculate rate base, but the individual components comprising the company's rate base calculation would be as prescribed by FERC.
Okay, so bringing us back to the original question, and I think we were discussing a potential read-in of some sort. So for the workers' compensation reserve, that was a reduction to rate base in the prior rate case, the settlement agreement, but is not in the current. The question is, did the ESMs have a reduction to the rate base for the work comp reserve since the last rate case?
And this exchange may have been long enough for us to dig up the answer.
I
If you
was wondering if that was the
don't
case.
mind me confirming for one moment. Mr. Parent, we found the work papers supporting the various ESM calculations dating back a number of years, and they show that this was clearly included up through 2021, at which point this, the specific GL account in which this was recorded changed. It appears it was moved to another GL. We don't see that discreetly identified, but we think it's been reflected in the ESM calculation.
I'm sorry, so if I heard you right, it was a reduction through 2021, but I'm not quite sure I understood what you said after that.
We're looking at a very detailed accounting work paper, and the specific line for this, there's a comment that the GL, that the account in our accounting system changed. So the line goes up until a point in 2020 or 2021 and then goes to zero. But based on the comment, our suspicion is that moved to another line, not so clearly identified. In short, we think it's in there.
Can that be demonstrated somehow as a supplement to late file 24?
Yes.
Just for clarification purposes for others that are following along that might not understand the nuances of the exchange. Trying to find the right way of saying this, apologies. Would the work comp reserve, which would, if it was, the work comp reserve serves as a reduction to the rate base. That's what I'm hearing you say. If that did not get processed, what would that do to the ESM calculations? Put another way, would it increase ROE or decrease? So if the company failed to include the work comp as a reduction, what would it do to the ESM amounts, assume all else equal and assuming that the ESM resulted in a refund?
If you didn't include the ESM within rate base, you would have,
Work comp reserve.
yep, the workers, I'm sorry. If you did not include the workers' comp reserve within rate base, you would have a higher rate base.
You'd have, so if you didn't reduce.
Because you didn't reduce it. And so by having a higher rate base, your denominator's higher, your net income stays the same. If you divide net income by a higher denominator, then you're going to have a lower ROE.
Okay, so all else equal, if work comp reserve was not included, ratepayers, if they were subject to an ESM, would receive less.
Correct. Provided that workers' comp was in a liability position, just disclaimer.
When would workers' comp ever be something other than a liability position?
I don't know, but if there's changes of, if for some, that's just assuming. I'm not aware of any instance that it would be anything other than that, but it would, but to go along your line of thinking, it has to be in a liability position for that, those facts to be true.
Okay, I'll move on. Thank you for the exchange there. Late file 26, attachment 1. I'm going to put a disclaimer out here that the OCC started to ask some questions on this earlier, and I was trying to follow along, but I was a little bit confused.
Oh, we're here.
Let me just start off with, can you explain what you gave to me?
The reserve balances.
So what are the different columns representing?
When D, E, F, G, and H columns?
More so interested in J and K, more so J of all columns.
J is whether or not those specific reserves were included in rate base or not.
So for what you have as labeled rows 1, 2, and 3, Excel rows 6, 7, and 8, legal reserve is included in rate base, which would be as a reduction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
OPEB is included in rate base on schedule B8. So OPEB would serve as a reduction.
What is in rate base for OPEB is what we have defined as the funded position or unfunded, yes.
Okay.
So backing out the net actuarial gains and losses.
Okay. Pension is in B6 increase. I'll come back to that in a little bit. So, and then the rest of these, bonus comp, vacation accrual, LTD, SERP. So these are all not in rate base. And if I read the comments correctly, the footnote per se, SERP, there was an explanation that it was phased out during docket 180516. So that made, I was under the impression that the company was suggesting that the expense was not passed into ratepayers and therefore that was a justification. Is that a correct interpretation?
I think it is. This goes back to what I was saying earlier about the importance of consistency between the income statement and rate base. And as footnoted here, the CERB was phased out on the income statement side last time, and we've removed all CERB-related amounts from our proposed revenue requirement, in this case, both on the income statement side and on the rate base side.
Okay, so SERP aside, then the rest of these, I'll be honest, I heard a very specific question asked by Richard Sobolewski, and the response, his question was a yes, no, and the response contradicted what I thought was meant, so it might have just been how I understood it. What I'm trying to understand here, okay, actually, I'm gonna go back to my notes. Give me a second here. Richard Sobolewski asked, are any of the no funded by ratepayers? And Mr. Hurwitz, I thought I heard you say no to that. Did I characterize that? Did I jot that down wrong? Or is it technically they are funded by ratepayers other than CERB?
No, I did say no, and then I think we explained that there's a difference between, there are ratepayers have, the revenue requirement paid by ratepayers does reflect amounts that are adjacent to some of these things, but we don't think ratepayers have paid for the actual reserve.
So the exchange that I heard with OCC, the example that was provided was the reserve could have been established a few years ago. There may have been no change. Therefore, ratepayers may not have funded it in the, I'll call it the test year or whatnot. However, wouldn't ratepayers have funded it in whatever year that reserve was established? Even if it was established 3 years ago, ratepayers would have been funding it via revenue requirements at the time. I understand it might not have been the test year. Can you explain that to me?
If it wasn't in the test year, though, they weren't funding it.
Well, they wouldn't they have funded it based on the revenue requirements from the preceding rate case?
If it wasn't in that test year. So if it happened in any of the intermediate periods between the test years, then they wouldn't theoretically fund it.
Can you explain that to me? Because there are revenue requirements. The revenue requirements in some cases are driving excess revenue to include those expenses in the ESM, even just tying it off with that example. How are they not in the revenue requirements?
So let's take the vacation reserve
Sure.
balance, for example, as one of those. So if there was no vacation reserve expense in that time period, then there was nothing in the revenue requirement in the test year for it. Then there was nothing in the revenue requirement collected from customers.
But there were revenue requirements. The revenue requirements from the prior rate case would carry forward. Is that correct?
Yes, but it depends on whether these specific items had anything in the test year. So as you can see, the movements for like the vacation reserve go up and down.
Yep.
And so if we had a test year of, say, 2021, there's a credit of 225 to 158. So there's a credit running through the P&L. So ratepayers would, if that was the test year, because we didn't bring, the schedule only goes back to 2019, not to the prior test years. If there was no expense for it in the test year, then there's nothing in the revenue requirement for it.
I'm gonna ask a simple hypothetical version to make sure I'm understanding this. Okay, so let's say we have $100,000 reserve. How'd the money get into that reserve as we sit here today? How did that get there?
Sure. So at some point in time, that was expense. Now, whether that expense was flatline, it might not have been. It might have been, here's a study, you need $100,000 reserve back at the beginning of time, right? You need to reserve for vacation reserves the
Very
year
first
that.
rate case.
Yeah.
It could have been, we need $100,000 in this reserve.
And that's when the reserve would have been set up. Then every year there's ebbs and flows to that reserve. And they could be credits, or they could be expenses, or they could be nothing.
In with the ebbs and flows, the minor changes every year, is that on the income sheet or is that in the rate base?
The ebbs and flows would be on the income statement.
Okay.
The changes in the reserve balance is what ends up on the income statement. So if you had a year where, so say we changed the vacation policy and we needed a vacation reserve, so we established $100,000 expense, we'll pretend that happened in 2019. If there was no movement in that reserve account, and in 2020, the reserve account's still 100,000, there's nothing in the income statement for that period. If it went up, if the reserve went up to, say, 110, then there's 10,000 of expense in that period.
Okay, and it would only move because there was a claim or use or some study that said it needed to move.
Yes.
Okay, and then that $100,000 reserve that's sitting there, does that get carrying costs on it? Or is it just sort of this nebulous money
No,
somewhere?
there's no carrying charges on these reserves that we're talking about that are not in rate base. There's no carrying charges.
Okay.
Final question on this specific part of my notes. When I was looking at the complete list, I couldn't help but to note that the list had a number of concepts that could potentially be within the lead lag study or the cash working capital analysis. Does the company have a position as to whether or not the reserves are not reflected in rate base because it could perhaps be tied to the lead lag study? Or am I just reaching and trying to justify?
One moment.
Well, I would love to agree with you. Unfortunately, that we do not believe that any of these would be covered in the lead lag study. It's just a different measure and different items that are included in there.
I actually thought,
appreciate it.
I thought that to be the case, you know, when you plan to pay versus when you did. I just wanted to confirm. Um, I think I know this answer. I'm just going to tie it off to make sure that I'm not, that it's very clear. So the various reserves that are identified as no's, is it correct to assume that none of them have been reflected within the ESM filings as a reduction to rate base?
That is correct with the exception of the workers' comp IBNR that we're
Uh,
tracking down.
Yes, okay. Late file 27.
We're here.
I'm actually going to read my notes here because it's easier. It's kind of long. The late file request was looking to understand the impact on the ESM if the pension regulatory asset and the various reserve line items that were requested in LFE 26 were excluded from the rate base. Additionally, the late filed request was looking for a comparison of the ESM for each year since the last respective rate case. Was this actually what was provided
Yes, that's our understanding of what we've provided.
for each year since the last respective rate case?
Oh, no, we only did it for the years in which we were in earning sharing. Apologies.
Okay, so the write-up references the term, I'm going to quote this, pension reserve impact. Can you clarify what is meant by this? And if there's a pension reserve, I didn't see one on LFE 26.
LFE 26 does have the pension reserve on row 3.
So you're calling that a pension reserve as a regulatory asset?
Will the reserves offset with the reg asset for the unrealized gains and losses? Or reg liability, depending on how it goes.
So let's just pick a year so I could follow because maybe I'm just a little confused here. So for pension for the year of 2020, I'm going to go with 2022, $47 million. So that is the pension regulatory asset that the company has. Are we suggesting that there's a reserve that has lowered that, meaning the number is actually different? I'm sorry, I really just wasn't quite following.
This is the gap liability reserve, the 47,357. There is a regulatory asset that is offsetting this. I don't know off the top of my head if it's exactly that 47 million, but it should be close to that amount.
So if there's an amount that equally offsets that, what the original request for LFE 27 was trying to understand is if the pension regulatory asset wasn't in the ESM, so it in theory would lower your rate base. And if the reserves were in ESM, which would further lower your rate base, I was trying to understand what that does for the ESM. What the company provided doesn't seem to support that. It showed some offset to income, and it didn't show the reduction to the rate base for each of those line items. And if I'm wrong, please explain what was.
Yeah, we did reduce the rate base for each of those line items, and we reduced the activity that occurred during the year instead of the full 47 million.
Activity. Okay, so how did the company derive the adjustment to income that was reflected?
We reduced it by the unrealized gains and losses. And we reduced the rate base by the same unrealized gains and losses.
Does the company actually have an Excel spreadsheet or something that shows the math?
Yep, we do.
Can
Yeah,
that supplement LFE 27?
yeah, absolutely.
I think that might mitigate a number of unnecessary additional questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
And would it then show how the, in this case, like the pre-tax decrease, I'm sorry, the deducted from pre-tax income of 4.385 million for CNG, would it show how that was derived or where that's supported from?
No, it's just an input, but we can get you the corresponding, actually it does, because it has the general ledger accounts. It does show, it shows where it came from.
I'm gonna go back to my hypothetical for a second. So instead of what we were talking about before, for this one, the unrealized gains and losses is similar to that ebbs and flows we were discussing before. But instead of it being on the income statement, it would be in the rate base. Is that what you were saying, or did I miss that?
So what we've done in this one is what happens from a gap perspective is we record the unrealized gains and losses, and then we record the offsetting regulatory asset. So we've taken that effect out of the earnings sharing calculation to show what it would look like had we not recorded those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to probe in. I'm going to go off script for a few minutes here. So the 10K, the audited financials, and the accounting policy manuals that were provided, and I can find all the sites if necessary, all of them referenced the pension regulatory asset as a regulatory asset that is not subject to carrying costs. By the company including that in Schedule B6, it by default is including carrying costs for the company. Am I interpreting that correctly?
You're correct. So the one differentiating factor there is from a gap perspective, we include the unrealized gains and losses, which are the majority of the account. What we're including within 318.6.
The B schedules.
What we're including within the B schedules
B6.
is what, B6, thank you, is what we believe to be the funded position. So we're removing the unrealized gains and losses. And that's what's included within B6, because that's our position on what's actually been funded.
Funded by ratepayers
By
in years past.
ratepayers, yeah.
So
Or
why
by
would
the
it,
company. So there's a
which would be,
funded, well, we could be funding without having been reimbursed by ratepayers.
is that the case?
In one of them, it is for pension, pension, and OPEB is the opposite.
So that final amount that you're saying is included, that's the bit you use for the ESM calculation, or is it what you're?
We do not, right now, one moment. We do include it within the rate base calculation, and then LFE 27 is showing what happens if we had excluded it.
Okay, so LFE 27 then includes just for CNG for the year 2022. It says deducted from pre-tax income of $4.4 million rounded, and then a pre-tax rate decrease to rate-based liability. So the same numbers carried forward. So if the amount was removing the pension regulatory asset and all the reserves, bringing us back to LFE 26, the pension by itself, the pension regulatory asset was 47.3 million, 47.4 million, not even including all the other reserves. That 4 million versus the 47 million doesn't reconcile to me.
The 4 million is the activity during the year, the unrealized gains and losses during the year.
So I guess I'm not sure how LFE 27 is helping me to understand what the impact would be on the ESM filing if it's not showing the reduction to the rate base in the amount of, well, in excess of $47 million.
One sec. So LFE 26 is one component of all of the pension accounts, right? We have very large pension accounts sitting on CNG's books. There's a pension liability that's reflective of the funded, what we believe to be the funded status, as well as unrealized gains and losses, as well as an offsetting regulatory asset account.
Yep.
What's not being shown in LFE 26 is the offsetting regulatory asset accounts. What's in 27 is the net of all of those accounts that are happening. So if we were to remove the pension, that's what the impact is on 27.
Okay. Apologies that I'm still quite confused, but I think perhaps we might be talking past each other a little bit. The PricewaterhouseCoopers report that was previously provided seems to demonstrate or reconcile to the pension regulatory asset that was proposed for the test year and correspondingly the rate year. So that supported what was funded and what was unrealized. Is that accurate?
That supports what was funded, that's included within the revenue requirement request, as well as it shows the unrealized gains and losses that was not included in the revenue request that would be reflected on the GAAP statements.
Okay. So if I heard you correctly, I'll try to repeat back, maybe not word for word here, but what was funded is in the revenue requirements. So ratepayers are funding the pension. Now, I appreciate that there's unrealized gains and losses tied to that, but ratepayers do fund it, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, sorry, one clarification on that. There is an amount in the revenue requirement for that component.
Yes.
It may not be fully funded by ratepayers if that hasn't been, if the funding needed has been in excess of amounts that we've received from ratepayers, which is what would put us in a regulatory asset position for the funded status.
Can you repeat that back? Because I wasn't quite following.
Sure. So there's amount in the revenue requirements for the funded status. That's historically how it's always been treated. However, there could be a requirement, people could be retiring, we maybe make payments that exceed what we've received from customers, meaning that the funded status may be shareholder funding as well as customer funding, and that's what would drive it to a regulatory asset.
Shareholder funding and customer.
Said another way, there's no reconciliation of pension funding.
Understood.
So there's, in years where your pension funding exceeds the amount in the revenue requirement, shareholders have had to fund it.
But it could go the other way.
It could go the other way, yes.
Okay, so all else equal, assuming that the revenue requirements reflect the actual pension expense, shareholders could be funding perfectly the exact amount.
Yes.
Okay. The unrealized gains and losses, is that because of ERISA requirements? And I apologize, some of this we actually covered in the original
Correct.
hearings, but I think
Gap requirements drive unrealized gains and losses.
I'll correct that. So does ERISA or forget the name of do the retirement requirements, the regulated requirements, require the pension to be funded to 80%?
That's best served for the comp and benefits panel as they service those specific ERISA requirements as well as the ERISA required financial statements for those plans.
Okay, so the unrealized portion that we're referring to has not been funded per se by anybody.
Correct. It has not been funded. It's never been requested in a revenue requirement.
Would it ever need to be? If it's not,
When it's realized, if the unrealized gains and losses or unrealized actuarial gains and losses become realized, at that point, we request recovery.
got it. Okay, so the moment something needs to be realized, it's going to be passed on to the revenue requirements and be requested.
Yes. Now, what could happen is something could flip to needing to be realized outside of a test year,
Absolutely,
in which case, again, ebbs and flows.
understood. Given the supplement, I think I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anything? Oh, EOE is all set. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Wright? Commissioner Karen? Okay. I'm all set too. Does the company need a moment to consider redirect?
Yes, please.
Interesting. That was the same. We're not doing this.
We're all set. The company has no redirect.
Okay, very good. Then we can move into the SCG panel. Any additional witnesses to be sworn?
No.
Okay, then I will turn it over to you for preliminary matters for this panel.
Would you like us to give the same stipulation as we gave during the evidentiary hearing?
No, just do we have late filed exhibits to adopt?
I think we moved them. I don't know if we were specific to the company when we had them adopt their late file exhibits. So I believe that the witnesses have adopted their late file exhibits. And
Okay.
if we don't need to do the same stipulation as we did in the evidentiary hearing, then the panel would be available.
Okay, thank you. And in that case, we will do cross-examination by authority staff, please, for this panel.
Hello again. Again, my name is Ryan Paff, and I'm a consultant with Pura staff.
Mr. Faft, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just have a technical issue. I want to make sure, since we have two different transcripts for CNG and SCG, I just want to make sure I get this right about the adoption of the late file exhibits. I'm sorry, Attorney Venor, will you just indulge me and have the panels adopt their late file exhibits specific?
Sure. I mean, it's the same approach I think we did for discovery also.
Oh, we did,
So
okay.
I think we did the same thing.
Okay, I just want to be consistent with what we did all along,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, we could maybe we can do just the same type of question that we asked at the start of the SCG panel during the primary
Right.
hearings.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I think
just
that
to
would
get
be
this-
clear. That will keep the record clarified. Do you recall?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
One moment.
Sorry about that.
To the panel members, do you recall answering a series of questions I asked you at the start of your testimony for CNG on the topic of revenue requirements?
Yes.
Do you also recall answering questions on cross-examination from Pura staff, OCC, and EOE during that portion of the hearing?
Yes.
And appearing now for SCG and for the purposes of administrative efficiency, do you adopt your testimony from the CNG transcript and stipulate that if asked those same questions again, your answers would be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Vath, please.
Hello again. As you, I'm sure will expect, most of my questions were discussed in the CNG panel, but I'd like to confirm the same items as well as request the same supplements in addition of additional information we discussed in the CNG panel. So my first question is related to the equivalent to LFE 1 for SCG, which is LFE 211, I believe, and it's related to the plant model attachment 3. Similar to what we were seeing in the CNG plant model, I noticed on the plant additions detail tab, there were items marked as NA. In the CNG panel, you directed me to the capital investments panel. Would that be the same response here?
Yes, for specifics on the projects, we would direct you to the capital investments panel.
Okay. We also went through a discussion in the CNG panel in which you described how the plant model would need to be modified for specific capital projects. Would those responses be the same for
Yes.
SCG?
They would.
It's easier the second time, isn't it? And again, just to confirm, the revenue requirement model, the assumptions and inputs tab for the revenue requirement model, that includes all of the calculations that the company's obtaining from the plant model. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry, you said all the calculations, so that tab includes all the outputs of the plant model that flow into the revenue requirement.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and the purpose of my question is just to make certain that any hard-coded figures that are being driven from the plant model are all included in that tab, and there wouldn't be any figures that were being driven from the plant model on any other tab. So they would all essentially be referenced back to that tab.
Correct.
Perfect. Thanks. I should say in the CNG panel, we discussed the plant roll forward and how the adjustment inputs were hard-coded. I believe the equivalent response for SCG is LFE 89. Would we be able to get the same supplement of the underlying calculations related to those items for SCG?
Yes.
Thank you.
Could you just repeat the late file reference?
I believe it is LFE 89.
Thank you. No problem.
We also discussed the data request in the CNG panel RRU 766, which is related to mains that have no services attached to them. And I believe that the equivalent response for SCG is RRU 817. For this item in CNG, we were seeing that the identifiers were not syncing up to the plant model. And so I'd like to ask for the same supplement we discussed in with the CNG panel to get the IDs that sync up to the plant model.
I understand, and we can do something similar with the same set of caveats I described for CNG.
Okay, thank you. For the SCG projects that were disclosed in this response, I didn't see any that described the company having been reimbursed by customers. Is that your understanding as well?
Just one moment. That is our understanding. And we've had a few minutes now to look into the CNG circumstances. And my recollection has been refreshed that those particular lines you pointed us to in the CNG equivalent were all generally associated with one larger project. And those 3 lines were specific work order components of that project for CNG. The benefit of that reimbursement was recorded against a different work order, not one reflected in that attachment. But to answer your SCG question, what you said is our understanding.
Okay. The response to RRU 818 was a similar request related to services. And we discussed this previously, or it was noted by Ms. Van Luling that the individuals on the panel did not sponsor this request, but prior to learning that, we had the same supplement to get the project ID equivalents. And so I was just going to make that same request to keep things clear.
I understand.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Vaculina?
Good morning, good afternoon, Jim Vaculina, Sheriff Staff. I asked you a series of questions on late file exhibit 17, which related to discretionary training. The equivalent is late file exhibit 42 for CNG. Would your answers be the same?
They would.
I asked questions on late file exhibit 15, which got into related to Senate Bill 7 and dues and subscriptions and things of that nature. Would your answers be the same for the Southern or SCG response, late file exhibit 40?
They would.
And I believe you had the updated number for
JD Power,
yes.
$24,640.
Thank you. Okay. Now we can talk LNG. Late file exhibit 47, please. And also be referring to LFE 211, which is the equivalent of 1, I believe. So From the company's application to late file exhibit 1, the LNG expense, I'm looking at WPC 3.11, has increased from 2786 to 2888. Can you explain the categories that have increased from the application to this late file exhibit and the reasons for the change?
Of course, just give me a minute to get situated.
Do you have a particular attachment you're on? Like five.
I am on WPC 3.11, late file 47. It's more referring to WPC 3.11 at this point.
Thanks.
Thank you for the patience. So just to restate my understanding of your question, in our initial filing schedule SCG WPC 3.11, we reflected a rate year LNG expense of 2.786 million. Now in LFE 211 attachment 2, that comparable schedule reports just over $100,000 more expense, 2.888 million. What's driving that?
Yes.
And for SCG, the only changes to our proposed rate year amount of LNG expense relates to the flow through effects of changes elsewhere in the revenue requirement. There are 4 lines here: personnel costs, benefits, outside services, and other O&M. Outside services and other O&M, we escalated by our general inflation rate, which updated in LFE 1, subject to check, I want to say from 8.09% to 8.3 something percent. So that has a small effect on the rate year value of outside services and other O&M. For benefits, we updated certain components of our benefit expense computation, for example, our approach to medical expenses or pension expenses, and those had flow through effects on the amount of benefits expense reflected here. And we also reflected certain personnel related updates to our labor expense schedule, schedule C 3.15, which has a flow through effect on this number.
Okay, thank you. The company has not made an adjustment on schedule B 2.1 for rate base related to Milford LNG. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. Schedule SCG B 2.1 Excel column I is labeled Milford LNG transfer.
Mhm.
Contains the transfer of approximately $43 million of LNG plant.
Correct. That is the same amount that was included in the company's original application.
Oh, my apologies. I misunderstood. That did not change from the
Okay.
actual application.
In terms of depreciation, for what period does LFE 211 and the schedule B 2.1 reflect? Well, this is gross plant, but I'll ask it this way. To what point has the LNG plant been depreciated to what's reflected in the company's application?
I'll answer that question in 2 parts. So we reflect the transfer of the Milford LNG facility on the first day of the rate year. And that transfer includes the transfer of both gross plant and accumulated depreciation, both measured as of that day. So we transfer in accumulated depreciation up to the beginning of the rate year.
Mhm.
And then within the plant model, additional depreciation expense and by extension, accumulated depreciation is imputed upon those transferred amounts
Okay,
through
so
the last day of the rate year.
the last day of the rate year. Okay.
And then there's a 13-month averaging convention used as is typical in Connecticut.
Usually brings you back to a midpoint.
In effect, that's correct.
Okay, now going to late file 47. And just looking at the various, these are true ups of demand charges for the Milford LNG facility. Going from the beginning, which is July 2016 to the 2017, until the final contract, the final filing that you have here, which is the actual costs of July 22 through 23, you see a increase of 4.5 to $7.5 million for a revenue requirement. Would you agree with that? And I'm looking at, okay, attachment 1 in late file exhibit 47. We have a $4.5 million revenue requirement. And on attachment 7, we have a $7.5 million revenue requirement.
I do see those approximate numbers in the attachments you referenced.
Okay. And well, I won't answer for you. What drives that $3 million difference over the course of the 2017 through 2023?
There are a variety of factors that are going to drive that, including changes in operating expenses and interest synchronization and depreciation and deferred taxes and inventory and the like. Well, not inventory, but there are a variety of factors that will drive that. However, the primary driver will be the growth in the value of TPS LNG assets. In attachment 1, I see a net book value for the TPS LNG assets of just under approximately $9.9 million. In attachment 7, the more recent version of this filing, that increases to just under 26.2 million on a net book basis. And while there are a variety of capital projects that take you from A to B, my recollection is there was one capital project that is responsible for the lion's share of that increase, and we answered a data request at some point in this proceeding, providing more insight into that capital project and what it costs and what we did. And I could dig that up if that would be helpful.
I believe I have that. And the company has made offsetting adjustments, particularly in the operating expense section for benefits and labor, essentially to remove those from company, I'll call them company base amounts to reflect them in the LNG exhibit, which is 3.11.
That's exactly right. You can see those offsets on one instance is schedule SCG WPC 3.15, page 2, numbered line 13, where you can see a subtraction of LNG labor, and it's the exact same amounts as are reflected on schedule SCG WPC 3.11. Likewise, for benefits, there's a similar adjustment reflected on schedule SCG WPC 3.16, which again, likewise, you see the same amounts reflected on C 3.11.
We talked about the overall revenue requirement increase from attachment 1 through attachment 7. Specifically for the operating expenses that go from, let's see here. At the end of 2021, the company reported $1.83 million in operating expenses. And as of 2023, you're reporting $2.7 million. Is there something in particular driving that increase from the 2021 actuals to 2023? And I can give you specific references here. So the 1.837 I'm looking at is attachment 4. line 5. And attachment 5, line 5.
Do you mind if I conferred with Mr. Rudiak, who may
Yeah.
have more insight into the specifics of this facility?
Mhm.
Thank you for the patience. I'll note that the amount of operating expenses have fluctuated historically. I know you pointed to one year in which the expense was 1.837 million. You know, it's bounced around. In the historical test year, it was or excuse me, in attachment 7, you can see it's 2.95, and attachment 5, you can see it's 2.733. So it does bounce around year to year, but we would need to confer with someone else to provide insight into the O&M expense fluctuations.
Yes, yeah, particularly for those years, where it appears to be a significant increase from attachment 4 to attachment 5. We get some more detail behind that.
Oh, one moment, I'm being. So Mr. Vakalina, I just picked attachment 6 and I scrolled to the end. And I see in the bottom right, a table denoting the components of operating expense in that year. For reasons I'm unfamiliar with, our PGA filing from which attachment 4 was drawn did not include such a breakdown, but we could search our files and I think provide a comparable breakdown for that year, which may provide insights into the components of O&M expense and
Yes.
enable a year-over-year comparison.
Yeah, if we could do that, that would be great. As the raw numbers, I guess, components of that as well as rationale behind.
I understand. Would you like us to supplement LFE 47 with
Yes,
information?
that'd be great. Okay. It's ready. Okay.
I got it. Thank you.
For staying on attachment 4, they're all the same. For item 5 below, it talks about operating expenses that include other items, including insurance and property taxes. Are there offsetting adjustments necessary for these items? As you perform for labor and benefits, as we just talked about?
Offsetting adjustments to the revenue requirement?
Yes.
I don't think so, because the property tax and depreciation that the Milford LNG facility attracts would have been recorded at I'm not sure if it's the TPS level or the CNE level, but not the SCG level.
Mhm.
Whereas in contrast, the underlying labor and the underlying benefits, even when the facility was owned by an affiliated entity, were performed by SCG employees. So there's an adjustment necessary for the SCG labor and benefits because that's where the cost started, but not for property tax and depreciation because the costs don't start there.
And again, to substantiate that the cost to ratepayers is neutral, which I think is the driving force to this proposal, the company compares RRU 719, which were the revenue requirements of $7.841 million compared to LFE 47 revenue requirements, which are $7.57 million. Is that a fair characterization?
I think so. I'm just pulling up those references to confirm. I think you've got it. The difference, the reason those numbers aren't exactly the same is timing. The LFE 47 attachments are generally for periods in the past, whereas RRU 719 is for periods in the future.
Okay.
But conceptually, I think you're exactly right. LFE 47 or the attachments to LFE 47 show the components the company currently recovers or has recovered in the past through the PGA related to Milford LNG, and RRU 719 SCG attachment 1 shows that those are the same components we're proposing to roll in to the base distribution revenue requirement that would come out of the PGA if our proposal were adopted.
And staying on 719, I'm looking at gross plant. And so beginning a period, ending a period. Beginning a period, $47.2 million, end a period, $51.1 million. When I look at going back to Schedule B 2.10, I have beginning period 47.7 and end of period 51.6, or approximately a $500,000 difference there. What does that account for?
I'm not sure offhand. I think we'd have to look into that. I would have expected the number in cell F10 of RRU 719 SCG attachment 1 to be the same as the number on Schedule B 1.0.
Okay, is it something
We made
you want to read in, or you want to?
we may want to revise the response to REU 719 if necessary.
Okay. Um. Okay, and that could lead into the next question I had, since there are some changes. We talked about below minimal in 3.11. What I like for this would essentially be the company's final comparison of what we're looking at here of the two methods, I believe, which would be in 719 format, which gives us the revenue requirement number. But then also, if you can provide in late file exhibit 47, yes, 47, the company's 2024, and I know there's gonna have to be some estimation here, I believe, because it goes through June. What that would look like in comparison to what you have on late file exhibit 719. Does that make sense?
I think so. Let me just say that back to you to
Sure.
make sure that I've got it. What you're trying to ascertain is what you're trying to confirm is that our proposal is revenue neutral. And to confirm that, you're seeking first an update to RRU 719 SCG attachment 1 that is synchronized with LFE 211. And that's necessary because RRU 719 was submitted before LFE 211 when we made our case update. And then second, an updated version of the calculations provided in the attachments to LFE 47, i.e. the PGA method.
Mhm.
And you recognize that some estimation will be required because the PGA period is not yet over, but we're seeking to compare. I understand.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm looking for. And how'd you like to, would that just be both of those be a supplement to 47?
The first was it sounded like you wanted to actually revise RRU 719.
719, that's great.
And then the latter sounds like a supplement to LFE 47.
We're totally happy to revise RRU 719. I think the supplement would supersede the revision if that makes sense, but we're happy to
Okay.
whatever you like.
Well, then I can compare 719 with 47.
Okay.
Okay. Good enough.
All right, so just the supplement to LFA 47 sounds necessary. Okay, we're gonna take our lunch break. And I think we have a little bit more cross from the authority staff when we return. So we will break until 1:15. Okay, are we, all right to resume cross? All right, very good. Mr. Cadwalader, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, panel. Steve Cadwalader with Authority Staff. Earlier today, you had some cross-examination by Mr. Sobolewski on late file number 16. If I could refer you to the SCG companion late file, which is number 41. In particular, there was some discussion about the discount rate that ratepayers or customers might face. And he had talked about customers that had credit card balances that might be able to pay those down and would have a fairly significant discount rate in that case.
I recall that discussion.
Is it also true that when the company takes a security deposit from a customer and holds that the return that the customer gets on that security deposit is 1.5%?
I understand that rate is set by statute, but I would also note that on Schedule B 8.0 for both CNG and SCG, we've reflected the value of customer security deposits as a reduction to rate base, which means customers get a benefit at the company's weighted average cost of capital.
But that particular customer that has the deposit is getting the 1.5%.
The interest imputed on that particular deposit for that particular customer would be at the statutory 1.5% rate, but in our revenue requirement, this is included at a rate base reduction, and all of rate base attracts the company's weighted average cost of capital.
And that 1.5% would be a pre-tax return to the customer, is that correct?
My understanding is that is blind with respect to tax. That's the rate at which interest accrues, and whether or not the customer owes tax on it, I don't know.
Okay, also with regard to customers that have a bank account, the bank account balances, whether it be checking or savings, the interest rate is fairly low, probably 1 or 2%. Is that correct?
I couldn't speak to the interest rates our customers' savings generate.
In your experience, is that bank account rate fairly low?
I personally have seen high yield savings accounts in the, I think as high as 5%, but again, I can't speak to the rates our customers are able to earn.
And it would vary across your customer base, is that correct?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why we indicated we haven't studied the so-called customer's cost of capital. Is it would be highly varied, we would expect.
Just to flip the tables a little bit, the testimony you're giving now to me, is that also the testimony you would give as part of the CNG panel?
It is.
Great, thanks. Chairman, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. I think that's it for authority staff. So we will transition to cross of this panel by the OCC, please.
One day I'm gonna walk up here really smoothly and not like fall over, but not today. Hello again, Tom Wheel from the Office of Consumer Counsel. We again are gonna start with some cross from Mr. Sobolewski.
Good afternoon, Richard Sobolewski for the OCC. Be much more brief this time. This morning I asked some questions of the CNG panel on various incentives that were paid directly and a lot that were indirect and allocated from either UIL or another service company, Avangrid service company, or somewhere else. For SCG, if you could refer to lay file 35, and there's an attachment 1. Sorry, that's the wrong. That's right, that's the right. Let me. Is it correct to say that any long-term incentives are not being requested in this rate application, just as they are not for CNG?
That's correct.
Okay. The amounts for the STIP that were allocated to CNG, are those being requested in the same schedule?
The amounts allocated to SCG, I think you just might have said the wrong.
Yeah, the ones
Yes.
allocated to
Yes.
SCG?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so, those would be in C-3.18.
The amounts allocated, I think it's a joint CNG and SCG.
Okay.
And it's LFE 010 attachment, LFE 10 CNG SCG attachment 2.
Okay.
Mr. Sobolewski, were you asking for the revenue requirement schedule reference?
Yes,
Oh,
That would be
Yes.
C 3.18.
sorry.
and 316 is the direct charge items.
Correct. There's a sub-schedule to C 3.16, and it's the same letter for CNG and SCG.
Okay. Lay file 35 attachment 2 has the allocated incentive amounts.
Just opening that up. Correct.
And for 2022, the amounts for SCG for the STIP being allocated to SCG was 1.16 million.
Yep, correct.
And then there's you said the two LTIPs were not.
They were allocated in the financial statements, but we're not requesting
Okay.
them through the revenue requirement.
Thank you. In regards to credit card fees, I think it's late file 30. Similarly, SCG started pay guard in December of 2022,
That's correct.
and the same level of expense.
That's correct.
Okay. As CNG. And late file 30 provides the level of credit card fees for the period 2019 through the most recent 2024. Is that correct?
LFE 30 SCG attachment 1 goes back to 2018, but
Okay.
that's otherwise correct.
Great, thank you. In my understanding for the rate year, the company's requesting 884,000 for credit card fees for SCG. I think it's in C314.
You said 884,000?
Yes,
That's correct.
and that's down from the test year of 1,036,000.
That's correct.
Would you agree that the amount of fees varies based on the amount of activity and based on the amount of the bills? The dollar amount of the bills?
I don't know that I can agree to that. I think I would have to defer that to the customer service panel.
Okay, I'll save that for them. Your proposal for NFM treatment for SCG is the same as CNG?
That's correct.
We could turn to late file 34. Could you explain what the error was in the OPEB calculation?
I can. Just one moment and let me pull up the best example. So to explain the error, I've pulled up an attachment with the error in it just to see the mistake a little bit more obviously. And so specifically, I've pulled up RRU 116 CNG attachment 1. And my recollection is we filed a revised version of this, but I've pulled up the pre-revision version. And I'm focused on the interim period value reflected there, which is a value of approximately 10.127 million. And as I explained during the previous set of hearings in this proceeding, our intention was for this interim period value to, in effect, be a weighted average of the calendar year values down below. But mathematically, that wasn't what was happening. You can see here the calendar year values down below on a net basis. In 2023, we have a net asset of 4.385 million. In 2024, we have a net asset of 6.890 million. And in 25, we have a much larger net asset. But the interim period value we were calculating here was in excess of 10 million, which doesn't make sense as the weighted average of the two numbers that I just said. So the correction is to make this actually the weighted average.
Okay, and you reflected that in late file 1?
We did. And I should say the RRU 116 is a CNG attachment, but it's the exact same concept at both CNG and SCG.
So the same error was made for both companies?
Yeah, we used the same formula for
Okay.
both.
We could just turn to late file 52, attachment 1. There seems to be a longer list for SCG than CNG of reserves. Just a couple more.
Just pulling that up, one moment. We're there.
Seems like some of these have, are no longer in place.
When you say longer list, I would say that the one item included in here that was not at CNG is the asbestos in the environmental provision.
So is that prepaid?
No, this is the liability that we expect to incur. And so what's in the revenue requirement is the amounts that we have actually incurred. But this is based off of a study showing what the eventual cost to fully remediate the sites would be.
There's further up the page is the ST environmental provision.
Yep, that's just a short-term portion of it. So that's what we expect to incur in the next year.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for this panel.
Hello again. Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel. I just have a very few questions. First, I asked the CNG panel some questions about late file 5, which pertain to electric operations costs that were allocated. I didn't see a corresponding SCG late file. Was there one?
The Primavera,
Yes.
I don't see one either.
Okay, can I just ask, the late file 5 references RRU 115 attachment 2, which is also was issued to CNG, but given that these are allocated costs, are similar electric operations costs allocated to SCG?
Yes, for Primavera, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess with that, although we didn't really get very far in that line of questioning before we decided that the capital investment panel would need to respond, is there any, would this panel have any different responses to my questions generally with regard to what the Primavera license is?
No,
Okay, thank you. Late file 35 is the SCG equivalent of late file 10, which Mr. Sobolewski was just asking about. I had also asked this panel a series of questions about that, many of which were, I was referred to the compensation and benefits panel. But of the questions that I did ask, things in the nature of how to interpret that attachment, well, what the scope of employees generally that are reflected on that attachment, some of what the classification coding means. Would there be any different responses from SCG with respect to those questions?
so LFE 35 SCG attachment 2 on row 1095 for employee 1050. For UIL Holdings Corporation, that was the only union individual on that page. This applies to both CNG and SCG, but that one particular employee was promoted of December of 2021 from a union position to a non-union position, and the schedule is showing the 2021 payouts in 2022, you're not eligible for, so when you move from a union plan to a non-union plan, you move from the union bonus structure, incentive compensation structure to the APA. And because it's the 2022 payout based on the 2021 year, they qualified for the union, and that's why they're listed as this in the schedule.
Okay.
And then I did confirm my responses when it has dual EVP, APA, or APA union. It means they move between those two categories during the year. And the amount reflected here is the prorated share of whenever they moved for both of the plans.
Okay. So I guess in a reversal from the way we've been doing it, would those responses also apply to your testimony from the CNG panel?
Yes.
Thank you. LFE 49, which is the SCG equivalent regarding the misallocation of technical services and the impact on the ESM. So I assume all the math we walked through for how the attachment exhibit was derived conceptually, obviously they're different numbers, but conceptually would be the same for SCG as it was for CNG.
Correct.
And for CNG, as I think Mr. Hurwitz was getting at, maybe from a different angle before, well, for this, the effect of this moves the result for SCG in the opposite direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this increases expense for SCG for that report. Is that correct?
And decreases the earned ROE.
Yes. Right. So a decrease from what was reported for Q4 2022 of 9.25 down to 9.20, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I saw that the narrative response here indicates there's no earnings sharing impact as a result of this. But just to confirm, there wasn't any earnings sharing for SCG for this quarter anyway, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So even though the actual earnings are lower than reported for Q4 2024, we aren't now in a situation where the company did credit back money to ratepayers because of that over earnings that now need to be credited back to the company.
Correct.
Thank you. I think that's all OCC has for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. EOE, please.
Hello again. Let me open my computer so I can do our spiel quick, similarly to what we did with the original hearings. Okay. Earlier today, Mr. Parent, Attorney White, and I asked the CNG panel a series of questions. In lieu of repeating each individual question, I am re-asking those questions for the record now and request that SCG stipulate that it answers each question the same as it did in the CNG portion of the proceeding, including the requested supplements. Understanding numbers are
Correct.
different.
Yes. Yes, correct. Yes, responses would be the same.
Thank you. And just so we're on the same page for the supplements, the SCG equivalents are, well, let Mr. Parent see it, it's easier.
This is the full product from PwC supplement.
Correct. So in CNG, it was LFE 1 attachment 5. Now it would be LFE 211 attachment 5.
Got it.
And I recall there was also some supplements to the original LFEs themselves tied to the earning sharing mechanism and the actual calculations.
Yep. Okay.
So I believe that was LFE 24 would be now 51. And if I'm wrong and it was 26, it's 52. My notes are
Yeah, I had LFE 24 and 27 were the two that you asked about.
So then it would be LFE 51 and 55. The SCG equivalents.
Thank you. And just to clarify or confirm, the supplements are due by the end of discovery closing, is that correct?
The evidentiary record closes at the conclusion of the late file exhibit hearings.
Thank you, and I just meant the evidentiary record, confusing my words.
That's the company's understanding as well, correct?
It is. I think we may want to revisit at the end of the hearing if we have a substantial number of supplements. We may need some latitude there to get everything in by Friday, but I think for now, I think we are on track for that.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I will let Mr. Parent.
Great. I think we're going to end up giving back some of the 30 minutes. I really have perhaps two topics, one of which is going to be super quick. LFE 98.
It's Mr. Lavulo.
Yes.
This is fabulous. So he should speak.
I figured he wanted to have somebody ask him
Yes.
something for coming all this way. And unfortunately, this might be the quickest question of the day, but the late file requested for the company to provide the supporting documentation for the original request that was missing, which would have been the underlying contract, purchase order, or other support for the invoices. The response appears to have provided a copy of a lease. I just want to clarify, is the lease the sole document for the $2.1 million capital addition?
That is correct. Those are what we call the payment authorization orders. So that's correct. That's just the lease.
The lease. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm all done now with that topic. My only other topic is just a follow-up to some of the earlier dialogue, but I want it on the record for the SCG equivalent. So I think I'm directing this to Mr. Hurwitz. Do you recall our earlier CNG exchange where we discussed the workers' compensation pro forma adjustment that was made for CNG?
I do.
Was there a similar pro forma adjustment made for SCG?
There was.
And that would be reflected on WPC 316E?
316E, yes, that's correct.
Am I correct to understand that the SCG pro forma adjustment has increased the revenue requirements for the 82,000 for that column?
Yes, that's correct.
Did the company eliminate the adjustment in LFE 211?
LFE 211 continues to reflect a pro forma adjustment to remove IBNR related income statement activity related to workers' compensation recorded on the company's books in the historical test year. In other words, the adjustment from discovery remains unchanged.
So now here's the question. So can you explain how the elimination of the test year's change in reserve of the 82,000, which reduced the revenue requirements, supports the company's position for the workers' comp reserve being excluded from Schedule B80 as a reduction to rate base? So I'll reword that to be clear. Instead of reducing the expense, the adjustment increased the expense for the test year's change in reserve. So it's not reducing the expense like the CNG scenario. If I recall the exchange that we had, I just want to understand how to reconcile those two responses.
No, I think I understand, and I think it would be a similar answer to what I gave during the CNG portion of this hearing. From our perspective, it's important that the income statement and rate base be synchronized. And so at CNG and SCG, we made a pro forma adjustment to remove workers' compensation related IBNR activity recorded on the company's income statement in the historical test year. And accordingly, we have not included the associated reserve on the rate base side. I do see that in this particular historical test year, it was a small positive. This results in a small positive pro forma adjustment, approximately $82,000 for CNG, or excuse me, for SCG. The CNG equivalent went the other direction and was more material. That was a $409,000 decrease to the revenue requirement there, but the concept is the same. We've removed the income statement related IBNR activity in the test year and accordingly removed the companion amounts from rate base.
Okay. That was the last question I jotted down, but now I'm going off the cuff here. So if the authority was to suggest that the $82,000 amount should be added back, which essentially would lower the revenue requirements, would the company then agree then that the reduction to the rate base is prudent?
Well, you would have to do it for both companies first. I don't know that it strikes me as a demonstration of reasoned consistency to take one approach at SCG and in the same breath take another approach at CNG. But as I've emphasized it, we care first and foremost about consistency.
Okay.
Just 1 second, please. Wanted to make sure we had everything. With that, we are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Attorney Wright. Commissioner Karen. I'm all set. Does the company have a redraft?
No, we're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then I think we can excuse this panel and move to our CNG tax panel, please.
Chair Gillette, while the panel gets settled, I'll just note we have one member of the panel who has not been previously sworn.
Thank you. And if you could introduce her when you are ready.
Absolutely. Ms. Dorsey, would you please state your full name and title for the record? No, not yet. Turn the mic on.
Melissa Dorsey, Tax Director, Networks.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey. And if you could please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Attorney Vaughn, please.
To the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of the evidentiary hearings in this case? Yes. Do you have any corrections or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified in a response to a late filed exhibit request?
No.
And do you adopt your late filed exhibit responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Very good. We'll begin cross with authority staff. Mr. Pfaff, please.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Ryan Pfaff. I am a consultant to Pura and Pura staff. The questions I'm going to ask you today are primarily related to LFE 57. And that's where I would like to start. If you could please open the narrative response to LFE 57. If you go to the bottom of page 3 of that response, the company states, despite its name, the valuation allowance is not the company's valuation allowance proposal because the company is required to record this valuation allowance on its books. The company's valuation allowance proposal relates to expired credits, which by definition would not be part of the valuation allowance. Do you see that response? Could you please define the terms valuation allowance and valuation allowance proposal as it's being used by the company in the instant case?
Thank you. I think the key here is that if you want to understand what we're asking, you have to go all the way back to the beginning. And the beginning was we gave customers a credit in cost of service. We gave them a fixed capital credit. That credit was simply a credit that we generated, and it did not become an actually realized credit until we are able to use it on a tax return. In between generating that credit and giving it to customers and where we are today, those credits have been written off. So there is no more credit. Though that credit that we gave the customer, we do not have. It's gone. So the customers receive something from us that we never received from the government. In between all that were valuation allowance recording, valuation allowance deferral, reg asset, but all we've really done in total is put us back exactly where we were. We created a credit that we never received. It went to the customer, so we put an asset back on our books.
For purposes of my questions, when I refer to the company's valuation allowance proposal, I'm specifically referring to the company's proposal really to expired credits and not the account that's named valuation allowance.
Right, and that's, I think, what I'm trying to explain to you is that it's not a valuation allowance proposal. What it is substantively a recovery request to recover credits that have expired. And the way you get to that expiration is that we happen to write off what had been reserved because they actually expired. But to really get to the right place, you have to consider it for what it is. It's a written off credit. So it's not really in substance a valuation allowance proposal. It's a proposal to recover the lost value of credits. Very similar to like a bad debt that has actually been accrued and then it has actually become a realized write-off.
The company itself used the term valuation allowance proposal in its testimony, did it not?
We did.
Okay, would it be more precise to call it an expired credits proposal?
I think in our effort to be complete and consistent with the oaths that we take, we try to explain things with detail. In so doing, sometimes the picture can get obscured. So what may sound like something different is really the same thing. We use that word because we started with all these words. I think Mark Twain once said that, he would have written a 1-page story if he had time. Instead, he wrote a 5-page story. This is a long response that's trying to provide a lot of detail to make it easy for people to understand. But in so doing, as we got toward the end of this, the epiphany was maybe there's a simpler way to say it. And the simpler way to say it may be to point you back to the original credit, which was generated and provided through cost of service. And now that credit has expired. And on the road to doing that, we recorded a valuation allowance. We recorded a valuation allowance write-off. We've called this a valuation allowance proposal. But at the end of the day, as many of us have said on the stand, this is simply a request to recover written off or to be written off credits. This is not trying to recover something that's in reserve status.
So just to go back to my previous question, since this since the company's proposal is related to expired credits and it isn't, I would say strictly speaking, related to the valuation allowance, would it be easier conceptually to think about it as an expired credits proposal? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The company lists on page 4 of LFE 57, and again, I'm sticking with the narrative response for now, a series of accounting entries related to the accounting for the FCICs. Is that correct?
We do.
And one of these entries that's discussed on page 4 is the establishment of a regulatory asset. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is the company seeking approval of the regulatory asset in this case?
Would you repeat the question?
Is the company seeking approval of the regulatory asset in this case?
I would say it this way, that if you look at attachment 2, what the company is seeking to recover is the value of the credits that the company gave the customer that it no longer has rights to because they have expired. And the accounts on that attachment 2 are the, I'll call it, the memorialization of what these words say. It's showing the evidence of what we're saying here in numbers.
But part of the process that the company went through for purposes of making these calculations was the establishment of a regulatory asset, correct?
Yeah, so as if this weren't enough detail, I'm going to try to make it clearer. There are really 2 aspects to the regulatory asset. There's a piece associated with expired credits, and there's a piece associated with reserve but not expired credits. This rate proposal is only addressing the piece associated with expired credits.
So shouldn't the regulatory asset related to the expired credits, right? I won't say it like that. Is the regulatory asset related to the expired credits being sought for approval in this case?
What I guess the way I think about it is we had some credits that never became credits that were used on a tax return. We have more or less, and that was an asset on our books. And over time, as a result of experience, that credit carry forward that was, I'll call it an IOU from the government, part of it expired. And so if we had a credit carry forward value of X and we gave the customer a value of X, what we believe is appropriate is that our books continue to reflect an asset of X, so that either the government or the customer pays us back for the credits that we either realize or that we don't realize. So for example, if we had $6 of credits in carry forward mode and $1 expired, but we gave customers $6, well, we only get to use $5 worth of credits. So all we're trying to do is get back to, we have $5 of credits to use. We gave customers 6, so it seems reasonable that they would give us back 1. And the one that we're asking for over 40 years, which we think is a very fair way of requesting to be returned to us what we no longer have.
So I'm not sure if that explicitly answers my question, which was the regulatory asset related to the expired credits. Is that being sought for approval by this commission?
Yes, in the form of the amortization we requested.
And you say in the form of the amortization, does the unamortized portion not have any rate base impact?
It kind of gets back to the same point that we made before. If I had a $6 credit that I put through cost of service that I haven't enjoyed, that means I took effectively $6 out of my pocket and gave it to the customer. So that credit would belong in rate base. And then if it turns out $1 of that $6 is never going to be realized from the government and we established it as a reg asset, well, I still have the same $6. It just looks a little different. And it's still the same rate base credit because I'm still out the same $6. So it's a way of being equitable, similar to how we give rate-based credits for benefits that, we have enjoyed the cash flow of and customers haven't yet. So it's being entirely consistent.
So it sounds like, based on your response, that the company is requesting a regulatory asset treatment related to this item in its rate base, as well as the amortization component of it.
We're asking to preserve essentially the same rate-based treatment we had before all of this started. So it's not incremental rate-based impacts, it's maintained rate-based impacts. But it is a request for rate base, yes. Otherwise, we would be reducing rate base without a substantive change in economics.
And was this regulatory asset request explicitly made in the application?
I think the panel testimony is explicit about this. Particularly if you review tax panel testimony page 11 of 16 is where it starts. We discuss this.
Going to bring that up right now, but would you mind reading what you're describing?
Yes, just bear with me a moment, please. So is the company seeking full recovery of the valuation allowance deferral in the case? No, it is not. Although accounting rules require the company to look forward 5 years for purposes of establishing the valuation allowance on its books, the company is currently requesting recovery only for those FCIC amounts that have expired or that will expire prior to the end of the rate year.
The schedule in B-6.0 of the company's revenue requirement model is titled Deferred Debits. And the final line in this schedule is titled Total Deferred Debits dash Regulatory Assets. I'll wait for you to get there.
I'm there.
Is there a reason why this particular regulatory asset was not included on the schedule?
The deferred tax items, I believe, are in Schedule B-7.0.
And is the regulatory asset related to this broken out, or is it part of one of these other line items?
You know, again, I would refer you to LFE 57 attachment 2, where we provide you the detail, and I believe we provide cross references there as well as to how it relates to these rate-based schedule. And I think importantly, that schedule again shows the full all the components that get you to what I'll call rate-based neutrality on this. It gets you back to the same place we were when we established the credit carry forward.
I appreciate you providing that reference. I'm just trying to understand what exactly was provided in the company's initial application and whether or not this particular regulatory asset was broken out in a way that authority staff or another intervener, the commissioners themselves, could have identified it as a regulatory asset request.
As I look at Schedule B-7, it shows amounts by FERC account. It does not show amounts delineated below the FERC account level, but I think the information filed in the case it was intended to be transparent and provide enough information for people to understand how we reflected the tax items. there are line items that, again, this is a tax-related schedule. It's labeled as such, and all tax-related amounts that belong here, I believe, are here. So it would, I think, be reasonable to relate that to the line items that are reflected. Again, at the risk of being repetitious, in LFE 57 attachment 2, there's a fair amount of granularity, which if you were to refer to that schedule, I believe you would also see alignment with the Form 2 style pure annual report we provided, and that you would see that information there, which was part of our application.
Could you open LFE 57 attachment 2? Before LFE 57 attachment 2, there are several entries on here, some of which are related to the valuation allowance itself, not specifically what I'll call, just for clarity, the expired credits proposal. Is that correct?
There are valuation allowance entries on here, yes.
So would the total rate base impact of the expired tax credits be the 1.266 million that's noted on row 21? Or would it be another amount?
I guess the way I think about this is, and I'll try to give you a simple answer at the end, I have to start with the very top left of the credit carry forward, which shows a $6.4 million asset. And at the end, when you add up all the amounts at the end of the accounting, you wind up with a net asset of $6.4 million. And the reason I walk from point A to point B is what that demonstrates is that there's no rate base change with all of this stuff. And so when you ask the question, is it correct to say that the valuation allowance piece in rate base is 1.266 million? It does, to me, not get to the real question is, how is rate base affected? And the answer is rate base is not affected. It simply said that, okay, because we had a presumption that customers received a benefit that we did not receive, and so there was a rate base charge. Customers still have the same amount of money for the same amount of benefit that we did not receive. So it would be intuitive to say there's no change in rate base because nothing has happened. Customers still have the money and we still don't. So the rate base amount hasn't changed. So to point to a VA number in isolation does not round out the full picture.
And the reason why rate base hasn't changed is because the company booked a regulatory asset to I should say, had the company not booked a regulatory asset, would the rate base be the same?
If if the company had not booked the rate, the regulatory asset, rate base would have been lower, but tax expense in the rate year would have gone up.
And if the year that the tax expense was higher was not one of the companies, or was not the company's test year for a rate case, the company would not have been able to recover those costs. Is that correct? Without the establishment of a regulatory asset?
I would never rule out the authority's willingness to return to us money that we, in good faith, gave to customers, but I could see a scenario as such as you described. What I would say is that, again, we believe that we have prudently incurred the credit costs that credit benefits that we gave to customers. And the way we account for these things and rate make for these things is we don't look at the realization event, we look at the earning event. And so at the time we gave customers the benefit, we earned the benefit. And so we did not delay the benefit to see that it was a realized benefit. We gave it in good faith when it was earned. So now that we have come upon a set of facts where that realization has been stumped or stifled, we can't do it, where the credits have expired. We believe that the prudent and fair thing to do is return to us what we gave in good faith.
Just 1 second, I'm just going through my questions. We answered several of these in our discussion, so I just want to make sure I'm not duplicating any questions. 1 moment. On LFE 57, the narrative response, there's a statement on page 4 that says, in which the company states that as of the end of the historical test year, no credits had expired. And I can direct you specifically to the second bullet that's under the regulatory asset. section.
I have it.
Can you explain what that's referencing? Especially with regard to the testimony that you read previously, which I believe said that this proposal was related to expired credits.
I think we clarified that the proposal was for expired or credits that will expire within the rate period.
So as of the end of the test year, no credits had expired.
I just need a moment. Yeah, I think what may be confusing is that we file a lot of information, test year, rate year, there's periods in between the two. As of the test year, no credits had expired. But as of 2023, we did have an expiration with regard to CNG. And you can see that, I believe, in the plant model.
Could the company provide a supplement to this response that provides a schedule of the FCIC that has expired and when it has expired or that is scheduled to expire?
We can do that, but I believe that for purposes of the information in this case, the attachment 2 shows you that because we delineate between the regulatory asset portion associated with expired or to be expired credits and the portion associated with those that have not expired.
I would like to know when the FCIC expires specifically. So the specific month or the month and year.
Again, I think you can see the information you want in tab 11 of the plant model. It has a vintaging, what we call vintaging of the credits so that you can see the year of expiration and then the amortization that would arise following that expiration.
And just for clarity, that would be Excel rows 54 and downward on the tab Mr. Bieber just referenced.
I think you give me 1 second and I will access that.
And look to columns I through L.
This is tab 11.
Correct. Rows beginning at row 53 or column A, row reference is 30.
Would I be reading this correctly that 1.6 million FCIC expired in 2023?
That's correct. That's correct. But, you know, again, you have to go through some mechanics to get to a final revenue requirements number. But yes.
And I see the annual amortization expense as 40,081, 43, would the impact on rate base be the 1.6 million, 1.6 and change million less the annual amortization expense?
Again, prior to amortization, there'd be no effect on rate base because this is just a substitute asset. Once you begin amortizing, there would be, a nominal reduction to rate base.
The column or the item in column I is titled Total Remaining Unutilized Amount for Regulatory Asset. Is that basically synonymous with unamortized? How is unutilized being used there?
That's tax speak for written off or expired
Okay.
or to be expired.
Give me one moment. I believe those are all my questions, but I'm just going to do one more quick run through. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Wheel. Thank you. Attorney Wright. EOE. Thank you. Commissioner Karen.
Just a couple of quick things. So when you're talking about the regulatory asset, it includes both credits that have expired and also have not yet expired, or may also are about to expire. That's the entire regulatory asset.
Yes, we've delineated it in the schedule, but it does include both pieces.
And essentially, you're incented to spend on something for the benefit of the ratepayer by this attractive tax credit, which you could use against a tax liability at some future point. Future point goes by, you're not able to use that credit against tax liability, probably because you didn't have a tax liability big enough. And consequently, we still have the asset belonging to the ratepayer as in getting useful, whatever, value. And so you're just trying to get reimbursed for a credit you wouldn't otherwise have pursued, or an asset you never would have spent money upon absent the credit.
That's correct. We find ourselves in this situation primarily because of trying to maximize tax deductions for customers. And so that is constrained taxable income, and the credits have a very short useful life. And so, as you say, that's exactly where we are.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't have any questions. Does the company have any redirect?
Could we just take a minute to confer?
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you for that time. We are all set. We don't have any redirect.
Thank you. Then we can move into the SCG panel for this matter. Attorney Vaughn, if you would conduct the stipulation, please.
To the panel members, do you recall answering a series of questions I asked you at the start of your testimony for CNG on the topic of tax?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you also recall answering questions on cross-examination from Pura staff during that portion of the hearing?
Yes.
And from the commissioners, excuse me.
Yes.
And appearing now for SCG and for the purposes of administrative efficiency, do you adopt your testimony from the CNG transcript and stipulate that if asked those same questions again, your answers would be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Path.
Hello again. Ryan Path, a consultant to Pura and Pura staff. I believe we can go through this fairly quickly because I imagine that responses are likely going to be the same, but we'll confirm it for the record. In the CNG panel, I asked a series of questions related to the ultimate accounting of the company's valuation allowance proposal. Would your answers be the same if I asked you those questions for SCG?
Yes.
I also asked a series of questions related to the company's accounting and I should say establishment of the regulatory asset and the related items. If I asked you those questions, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I also asked a series of questions related to whether or not the FCIC that the company referenced in its testimony had expired. If I asked you those questions, would your answers be the same?
Yes, I would direct you to essentially the same schedules, the SCG equivalent where you could see in the plant tab 11, I believe it is, you'd see that same level of detail. So you would get the picture of expiration in the same way that I described with some additional mechanics to get to the final answer.
Okay. I'm actually going to open that up because I may have an additional clarification question related to that. So if you could please go to LFE 211, attachment 3, and that tab that you referenced, 11-FCIC.
I have it.
The total amount that is being amortized per year at SCG, is that the 86,000?
Because the rate year straddles 2 calendar years, you have to prorate the amounts, but essentially you're picking up 3 vintages of expirations. That would be the 23 tax year, the 24 and the 25. And so it's amounts on rows 54, 55, and 56.
And I believe I asked this question in the CNG panel, but refresh my memory, if the amount under the total remaining unutilized amount for regulatory asset, is that the amount that actually expired in the year that it is associated with? So would that be 1,679,649 of FCIC expired in 2023?
Correct.
And this would be the same, it would be the same issue for SCG in that the company would not have had any FCIC that expired prior to the end of the test year.
The proposal reflects the expirations that occur during this period. So we're capturing 3 years of expirations in our rate proposal, the ones I previously identified.
Did the company have any FCIC that expired prior to the end of the test year?
Give me a moment, please. It's possible there could have been some that was that expired. I'm not certain, but there could be some. I would have to check.
And if there were some that expired prior to the end of the test year, would those be included in the $1.679 million amount for 2023?
I do not believe they would be part of the 1,679 amount.
Okay. So they wouldn't be reflected at all in this, in the company's filing, is that?
I'm only aware of the 3 amounts that I identified on rows 54 through 56 as being part of the company's proposal.
And the annual amortization for SCG That wouldn't be a sum of those three amounts for 2023, 2024, and 2025, would it?
Again, there'd be some proration involved, as I recall. As of 24, you'd have 2 years of expiration, but you'd pick up, I believe, 2/10 of that. And then as of 25, I believe you'd pick up 10/12 of the 3 years to get to a blended answer. But that's essentially the substance. It's a little more complicated than CNG, but substantively, it's exactly the same thing. Our intentions in both places are to do exactly the same thing. It's just the math works out different in this case, because in this case, I believe we gave close to $100 million. We generated, not gave, but generated 100 million or so more tax benefits through accelerated repairs deductions than CNG did. So by extension, there's more pressure on the realization of the credit. So there's definitely a cause and effect there that you can see, and so more expirations.
Okay, thank you. And so when you discussed the proration of the amounts 2023, 2024, and 2025, would performing that calculation on column I result in the unamortized regulatory asset amount related to the expired credits that is embedded in rate base?
Well, you wouldn't perform it on column I because the expiration was an event. The question is, I think, what would be the appropriate amount to reflect in the current revenue requirement proposal? And so the thinking was that you have a defined rate year period. And so what happened within that rate year period? So if you start with the 2024 part of the rate year, well, you only have a fraction of a year, again, a small fraction. So you had real expirations that happened relative to that short period. And so we prorated it. And then in the second part of the longer period, you had an additional layer of expiration. And so we prorated that. So you get to an weighted average answer that is appropriate. But if you did that with regard to the expiration, that would not be appropriate because, again, the full amount expired.
And the company's proposal for both CNG and SCG is an amortization period of 40 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that I'll ask it like this. So since it's 40 years and that's straight line equal amounts.
Yes.
And what does that total represent?
Over the 40-year period?
Yeah, so the amortization amount is 1/40th of a larger number. What does that larger number represent? Does it represent the expired credits in this period of time?
Well, it represents, again, going back to the earlier example, we gave customers a benefit historically over a period of time. And that benefit was under the presumption or belief that we would have an opportunity to turn those credits into credits used on a tax return. The evidence is here that these credits have expired unused or will expire unused before the end of the rate period. And so the amount that we're collecting over time, over a very long period of time, is an amount that we've already given to customers. That's all we're trying to get back. It's not anything more. It's not anything less. We anticipated enjoying a benefit. We don't have the benefit, and we're collecting it over a long period of time, and it's adjusted for the same things that we adjust for when we gave the benefit. So if there was a credit reduced by a federal impact, we're reducing this by federal impact. If that was grossed up, we're grossing this up. So the mechanics are, exactly the same as when we, returned when we originally provided the credit.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to understand what the larger amount actually represents. And I guess my question is, we know that it's tied back to the FCIC credits that either have expired or will expire, correct? And my question is, does it represent the aggregate of credits that have expired or will expire by the end of the rate year? Is that accurate?
I'll try it this way. That yes, I think is the simple answer, but to expand on that, we earn credits by tax year. They expire by tax year if they're going to expire. And so what you see are the years in which the expiration occurs or is expected to occur by the end of within the rate period. So again, if the only layer that were to expire were 2023's or the layer that's subject to expiration in 2023, that would be the amount would be included in our rate proposal. As it is, 2 additional years are expiring within the period of the rate proposal. So we have 3 years, what we call vintages of credits. And so you can see in column B, the year of origination of the credit, and then you can see in column J, the year of expiration.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And I'm just going to ask it this way, but I think we've made progress, and I think I understand what you're saying. But just to make 100% certain that I understand and that the record is clear, the amount that could be calculated by the annual amortization amount times 40, which would be the total bucket of costs, that represents the entire amount of expired credits that the company anticipates by the end of the rate year.
The amounts in column I are the amounts that expire within the rate year or have expired, as we identified 2023, which is not in the rate year. So we have, 3 vintages, but they all represent amounts that the company provided to the customer, that the customer is now enjoying through cost of service reduction, that we will never enjoy.
And it would be the cumulative amount, so it would be 2023 and 2024 and part of 2025.
It would be, the expirations would be all three vintages, or, amounts associated with all three expirations. But the amount included in rates would be based on the proration that reflects the rate year. Said another way, if the rate year were only the last 2 months of 2024, we would not have included 2025 expirations that had not happened as of 2024. But as of 2025, we had an additional layer of expirations. And so because the rate year encompasses a period of 2025, we included a prorated amount for amortization.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Attorney Wheel. Thank you. Attorney Wright. EOE. Commissioner Karen? No questions. Does the company need a moment to consider redirect?
No, I think we're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then let's take our afternoon break. We'll reconvene at 3 o'clock and we'll start with when we resume, we will begin the gas operations panel. It's like 6 minutes, no, 7 minutes. Okay, let's resume with the CNG gas operations panel. Attorney Vaughn, any new witnesses?
No new witnesses, Chair Gillette. I would just note that the company's main panel of Mr. Romero, Mr. Langland, and Mr. Dion are present. Mr. Barea is up to adopt a certain late file exhibit request that he sponsored or co-sponsored, but he has been previously sworn.
Very good. Thank you. Then please proceed.
Thank you. To the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of the evidentiary hearings in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified in a response to a late filed exhibit request?
No.
I do not.
And do you adopt your late filed exhibit responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Langland, have you also reviewed and for purposes of admission, have you also reviewed a late filed exhibit response sponsored by Mr. Barry Kashmarek, LFE 110?
Yes.
And for purposes of admission into the record, do you adopt that late filed exhibit response?
I do.
The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. And we will begin cross with the OCC. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know who I'm looking for. You're sitting right there. Attorney Wheel, please.
Thank you. I'm usually over there, I guess, on the same table. Good afternoon, Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel. My first questions are about LFE 63. And specifically attachment 1A to start with.
We're there.
Thank you. I'm hoping you can just help me understand how the starting on the tab labeled pages 1 and 2, how to interpret this report. Like, what do the numbers represent? For instance, the numbers across, say, row 11. I see that they're just not. Are those hours? Sure.
I was on page 3 and 4.
Oh.
So on what columns you were asking about?
I'm just generally asking what the what's shown here. The number is in sort of all the rows starting at row 11 downwards. So like what's being measured.
Right. So on row 11, you start on column A. To C, it's 0 to 15 minutes. And then the time, the following columns are the total number of calls that came in that were responded to within that time frame.
Okay. Thank you. So for instance, in January 2021, 188 calls were responded to within a 0 to 15 minute time frame.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And the sort of goal, I imagine, of the company, I mean, how the company measures its KPIs from this data would be to increase the number of responses that are in those shorter response time rows. Is that accurate?
So we have a metric to stay under 30 minutes. And that's, to get that to 100% for normal business hours. And after hours, it's 45 minutes.
Okay.
So get those two to 100% is the ideal KPI for us.
Okay. So is that why there's the subtotal line on row 13 and row 26? Because that's sort of those are the subtotals that would reflect the under 30 minute and under 45 minute goals?
That would be correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have questions about attachment 2A also to LFE 63.
Okay. I'm there.
Thanks. So this is the third-party damage reports. That's what's being measured here. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you just explain what I don't know. I was having trouble figuring out what any of these column labels mean. Could you possibly just go through the columns? And I imagine the first one is call before you dig request. That far I got, but I wasn't sure like what is total damages measuring? What are those numbers?
Total damages that were associated to third party.
So is that like the number of incidents where there is damages to a third?
Correct. So if you look at row 10, column C, that would be 2 damages that came in that were associated to a third party damage.
Okay.
There were 2,200 requests made during that month.
Okay. So going with that example, in February 2021, there were 2,229 call before you dig requests, and of those, only 2 of them resulted in third party damage. Is that how to interpret that?
Correct.
Okay. And is that the next column hits per 1,000? Is that like the ratio there of like that's how many damage instances of damages happen within this total calls?
Correct. Per 1,000.
Okay.
Per 1,000 tickets. Yeah.
And what's the next one? The next column is control, maybe minus no notice. It's in column E on the Excel sheet.
Yep. Yeah, so that's the contractor at fault for the damage. So a third party damage could be either a excavator who's at fault, quote unquote contractor, or it could be a subsequent other issue that occurred.
Okay. Thanks. So then the next column over would be similarly a ratio. So again, on that same row of February 2021, only one of the 2,229 tickets resulted in one contract. Only one of them was a contractor at fault damage.
Correct, for that particular month, yes.
Okay. And that's one of the 2 total reflected in column C.
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize for the clunky answers. I just want to make sure I understood how to read this.
Yep.
And I meant clunky questions. Your answers are great. The no notice damages, what does that mean?
A damage that we did not have a call before you dig for on record.
Okay, so what are the circumstances where that would happen?
Excavator doesn't call in for a ticket. By law, they're supposed to, but
Okay,
let's see, someone's digging a fence in their yard. Homeowner might not know to call in and call for a call before you dig ticket.
okay, got it. And the next one's CO markout at fault. Is that contractor markout?
No, that's the company
Okay,
mark out at fault.
so that's the circumstance where a contractor was adhering to a company markout, but there was a damage anyway.
Yeah, it's either a locator made an error out there in the field. It could, if you go down to the following one, which would be K, it could be a mapping error that's within our system that led to the damage.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. So the company records at fault is K, and that would just be that the reason for the damage would be that there was that the records were inaccurate about the
Your records.
Okay.
Or it could be records that didn't exist as well.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. And I assume similar question to the one I asked before about the last attachment in terms of what the company is driving towards in terms of metrics. Would it be just reducing ideally the number in column C, have as few damages as possible?
Correct. You're trying to bring awareness to the public. We have programs where we have communications with excavation companies. We do training out there. And then on the company side, the goal is to be at zero at all times. It's just to not have field errors or have incorrect records out there.
Okay, so it'd be like I and K, the company mark out and company records would be the gold standard would be to minimize those in particular?
It'd be to minimize all damages. So C is, although we have less of a control over that, we still view that having communications or outbound communications with customers and the public in general about the Call Before You Dig program is key for awareness and safety.
Okay, thank you.
Instead, I think what the industry uses as a benchmark is actually column D, damages per 1,000 tickets. That's what most of the states in New England use. And in New York, they set a target for 2 damages per 1,000 tickets. Each state has a different, kind of benchmark. And, in the Connecticut companies, I think we perform very well. I think last year we were under 1 damage per 1,000 tickets.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, attachment 3A to the same late file. And this is the leak status reports. This one I had a little less trouble understanding, I think, just to make sure I track. So the beginning balance label that's in, for instance, there's a couple different places, but for instance, in column B for the 2021 year, what balance is that number representing?
That's the carryover from the previous year leak total, specific to that grade classification or leak grade classification.
Okay. Okay. So for this first box on this particular exhibit is looking at grade 2 leak status for 2021.
Correct. And if you look to column M, row 20, that 24 is what carried over onto January of 2021 and then moved across.
Okay. Thank you. So then obviously leaks detected is the total number of leaks detected in that month. Is that correct?
Correct.
Of the grade that's being counted. And then the next one would be the total repaired, correct? For grade 2 leak repairs.
Correct.
And I saw there's a note for other disposition. And I looked down to that note 1 that says grade 2 leaks which have been reclassified to other status or otherwise resolved. Does other status mean like a different grade?
Correct. A grade 2 can be upgraded to a grade 1. A grade 2 can, depending on the readings, could be downgraded to a grade 3.
Okay. And
it could also be eliminated. And could also be eliminated as part of a project.
okay. So would that be the reference or an example of otherwise resolved in that note, that rather than repairing a leak, that portion of pipe would have been replaced?
Abandoned, correct.
Okay. Or abandoned. And the ending balance probably goes without saying, but just since I'm asking a lot of dumb questions, that's the difference between the beginning balance of that month and then what's remaining after accounting for repairs and replacements. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And sure.
So if I could clarify that, all leaks that are repaired because of abandonment of a leaking facility are in the repaired column. These otherwise resolved could be things like duplicate leaks, like it's called in by called in by a customer a few days later, a few weeks later, the leak survey picks up, it's the same leak. We realize it's the same leak. And we recognize it's a duplicate and get rid of it that way. That's how that's get.
Okay. Thank you. So same question again, just trying to get a sense of, since, you know, the context in which these exhibits were requested was in reference to the company's KPIs. So what of these, on these kinds of reports, what are which of these kind of figures is the company trying to improve over time?
So it's our year-end balance that we're trying to improve.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move on to LFE 68, attachment 1. And you can just let me know when you're there.
Up there.
Thanks. So I had actually asked the customer service panel for LFE 146 that was in reference to unregistered meters. That response relates back to LFE 68. That and this, including this attachment, that LFE was seeking data for recertifying soft closes. So I guess my first question is this my understanding based on the response to LFE 146, which I know was not sponsored by this panel, is this attachment representative of a list of unregistered meters?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So I just had a bunch more questions about how to read these kinds of files. Can you tell me what bill MR date means? But actually there are two kind of labels that are similar. One is sort of towards the middle of the form that says bill rel MR date, and then there's also build MR result.
So the build MR date was the last build meter date, is the understanding I have of that.
Okay. So we've had discussions about the context of unregistered meters. So is that the date that like the last bill went out to the known customer that was associated with the meter?
So there's a lot of columns here. There's the build last read date, build LERMR date. That's when it's not a bill, but that meter was read. Then you have, just so I can work my way down, you have the vacant read, which is where we have the account being closed out. Following or subsequent to that, you have the last billing date, which is associated the last time that the previous account, which was now vacant, has been billed.
Okay.
Does that help out?
I think so. So just using the very first line on this attachment as an example, which is a meter on Myrtle Street in Hartford. I guess I'm just a little confused about maybe just by being too lizard brained about the like left to right ordering of the columns here, but so the last billing date on that line is October 25th, 2018. So that would have been the date when the last known customer was billed?
Was billed.
Okay.
Correct.
And then the November 27th, 2018 date, is that when the company like discovered the that the meter was,
So within this report, that was the last date that was associated to the account.
okay. I see, okay. And then the January 26, 2022 is like the next meter read after that date? Is that what that?
Yeah, that's the last meter read date. And the confusion here is that this file is from 2022 and I'm expected to be seeing a 2024 date or sooner.
Yep.
So I apologize for that.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, and for the record, my understanding of the attachment we're looking at is actually specific to January of 2022. So, okay. And there's two columns over that have the CCF, figures on them. And again, going kind of from right to left as opposed to left to right. There's the build MR result. Would that be the volumetric usage that was on like as of the last billing date?
Correct.
Okay. So would that result correspond to the last billing date column? In other words, in this one line again, would it be 49,382 CCF as of October 25th, 2018, or the November 2018 date?
That would be as of the October 25th, 2018 date.
Okay. And then the first vacant read number here, which is 85,292, that would be as of the first vacant read date. Sorry, would that be the first vacant read? I don't think it would be because that was the last response.
Well, it's odd. So the way the meter reads, it's continuous, so it recycles back over. So that read is associated to the 2022 date.
Okay, yep.
And then you would have a modified difference is the total usage between those two dates. So even though you have a negative value at the difference, it's because the meter rolled over and therefore you have a modified difference.
Okay. That was gonna be my next question, is that does modified difference just capture the total CCF between the build date and the first vacant read date?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And as I was referencing a minute ago, this is a report for a single month that I think all these attachments are associated with a month. So this one again is the month of January 2022. Is that correct?
That's not the usage within the month, but it's the total usage associated to that account in the report of that month.
Understood. Yeah, so this report was generated at the end of January 2022 to reflect all this data about the known unregistered meters on the system as of that time. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So the total number of meters on a given report, this one I took a long time and counted them all. What I counted was 2,877. That would be the number of unregistered meters known to the company as of the end of January 2022.
I don't have that total count in front of me. So.
Okay. But if the authority were to count all of them, would that, whatever number of meters this is, would that be what that means?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to skip to LFE 68 attachment 28, which as I understand it is the same kind of report, but from April of 2024.
Correct.
So similar question to what we've all been asking throughout this whole hearing, but is there anything different? All the questions that I just asked you about how to interpret this report, is there anything different about this report than the last report?
No.
Okay, thank you. I think that was OCC's last question for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Confirming that authority staff don't have across. Attorney Wright. EOE. Commissioner Karen.
No questions.
Any questions? Does the company have redirect?
If we could take just a moment,
Sure.
please. Thank you.
Of the agenda. Four. 12. 15. 16. 26. 27. And 28. And 29.
Thank you. We have some brief redirect.
Okay.
Mr. Romero, do you recall during Attorney Will's questioning, he asked you some questions about the unregistered meters report?
I do.
And can you explain the rationale behind the soft close process of those meters?
Yeah, so the soft off process, the company believes this process is a benefit to the ratepayers. It prevents the rolling out of vehicles or service representatives to locations that are just turning over customers. So for example, if you look at New Britain and Central Connecticut State Universities here, we have college students. We have a lot of apartment buildings here. The soft off process allows a customer to call in, terminate their account. Usage was then marked and reported. And if there's no existing usage, it does not come on that unregistered meter report. But if there is unregistered meter or if there is usage, it populates that report and then comes through. But as a customer who leaves, like a college student that leaves in the summertime, June to September, that usage would be limited, and the cost outweighs the cost savings far outweigh the cost of rolling a vehicle to that location.
Thank you. That's all we have.
Thank you. Let's transition into the SCG panel. Attorney Vaughn.
Thank you. To the panel members, do you recall answering a series of questions I asked you at the start of your testimony for CNG on the topic of gas operations?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you also recall answering questions on cross-examination from OCC during that portion of the hearing?
Yes.
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 And in appearing now for SCG and for the purposes of administrative efficiency, do you adopt your testimony from the CNG transcript and stipulate that if asked those same questions again, your answers would be the same?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross.
Attorney Wheel, please.
Thank you. This is going to be very short. During the CNG panel, I asked some questions about how to interpret attachments to LFE 63, which provide monthly responsiveness reports, third-party damage reports, and leak reports. The SCG equivalent to that late file is LFE 70. If I ask the same questions about the attachments to LFE 70, would the responses be different?
They would be the same.
Thank you. And during the CNG panel just now, we talked about the attachments to LFE 68 with respect to unregistered meters. And similarly to the way I began that series of questions, a response from the customer service panel for SCG to LFE 165 references attachments to LFE 75 from SCG. So would that attachment also be, would those attachments also reflect unregistered meters on the SCG system?
Yes.
And would your responses to we did reference particular numbers and particular meters during the CNG conversation, but outside of the references to those particular meters, would your responses as to similar questions to the attachments to LFE 75 be any different?
Yes.
That they would be?
They would be the same, sorry.
Okay.
They'd be the same.
Thank you. One last question. Do you know what the average cost to roll a truck to perform a shutoff is?
To perform a shut off and then turn the customer back on when they request for service. We'd be going around $235.
And you just said to turn them off and then turn them back on. Would that be 2 truck rolls for $235?
Correct. You have a turn off process, so you have to have a truck roll for that. And then when the customer requests to turn on, we'd roll the truck back out there for that process.
Okay. So would each of those truck rolls be about half $235 on average? So like 117 might.
There's a little bit more time whether you do a turn on, but
Okay. And is there any difference in that cost on average for SCG than for a CNG?
it would be minimal in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Lori Staff, Attorney Wright, EOE, Commissioner Karen. Does the company have any redirect?
No, I think we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you. The panel is excused. We'll move into the capital investments panel for CNG, please. Mary Vaughn?
Yep, I think we're all set, Chair Gillette. I just note at the beginning, as I did before, we have the main panel, from the capital investments panel, the main witnesses. And then Mr. Zadru is up at the table to adopt his late filed, exhibit requests. And I expect he'll step back unless there are questions directed to him. All of these witnesses have been sworn.
Very good.
To the panel, as part of your preparation for this late filed exhibits hearing, did each of you sponsor or co-sponsor responses to late filed exhibit requests issued during the course of the evidentiary hearings in this case?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or clarifications to any of your late filed exhibit responses not previously identified in a response to a late filed exhibit request?
No.
And do you adopt your late filed exhibit responses as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Path.
Good afternoon, panel. My first series of questions are going to be related to cybersecurity, and I imagine that most of them are going to be responded to by Mr.
Drew.
Zadru. Okay, exactly how it's spelled. In the response to LFE 80, the company was asked to provide the fees that the company paid PwC. And the company responded by stating that there are several internal controls to ensure there is no conflict of interest between the roles that PwC has in terms of helping the company design its cybersecurity framework and performing the evaluation of that cybersecurity framework. Is that correct?
Correct.
Within this response, the company stated that using the NIST CSF framework is primarily objective, and that meaning that there is no judgment involved in determining whether the framework is met or not. Is that correct?
For the most part, yeah. So the core framework is designed to be primarily objective. When you get down to the specific subcategories, is that you have an asset management system, and then you rank things based on people, process, and technologies, and there's a definitive score there.
In LFE 79, the company was asked to provide the criteria for the NIST-CSF maturity score. Could you go to the narrative response? And just to confirm, I know that LFE 79 attachment was marked confidential, but the narrative response is not confidential. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Could you go to I believe it's the second page. So the NIST scores are noted in the bottom right-hand corner. I should say that NIST CSF implementation tiers.
Correct.
Could you briefly describe these four and where Avangrid currently ranks as well as its target?
Sure. So and these four tiers are ranked against those maturity components: people, process, and technology. But partial is really, you have ad hoc processes, nothing really formalized. And you might do something, but it might be inconsistent as it relates to cybersecurity. The next phase is risk informed, where you do have the processes in place, they're managed and performed in a consistent manner. But they might necessarily repeatable, might not be super consistent around the entire organization. We're around that 2 mark right now, and based on the different functions, we have fluctuating levels between those functions. 3 is where we're looking to get to, where we have repeatable processes in place. We have the people, process, technologies. We have, solid cybersecurity practices and something that we do, day in and day out on a consistent basis.
So as of the end of the test year, the company was around the
2.1, I believe.
2.1 level. Okay. So
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and some of the core projects that we're doing are foundational projects. I think I might have alluded to this last time: asset management, identity and access management. These are all really foundational items that need to be put in place to really get us, from a 2 to a 3.
And the implementation tiers, I'll use one as an example. I'll use a repeatable. The implementation tier criteria listed there is that processes are consistently managed and qualitatively measured for performance consistency, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain how the criteria of something being consistently managed and quantitatively measured for performance consistency, how that's applied purely objectively?
So basically, to do that, you need to have the systems in place, right? You need to have the asset management system in place, the identity and access management systems in place. So you have, you have these systems configured in such a way that every time you do something with an asset or an identity, it's the same and repeatable process. And then from there, you also are able to make informed decisions because you're able to pull information out of that system to make those, informed decisions on either improvement activities or to better analyze the risk.
Where I'm struggling a little bit is that the term consistently managed, as well as I think in some ways quantitatively measured, those terms to me are somewhat subjective. You could take person A and give them a circumstance and ask them if this item is consistently managed, and person A and person B could differ on their opinion about that.
Yeah, so I do agree. That's one of the reasons why it's primarily objective. However, the way we kind of combat that is we actually have multiple people looking at this to evaluate. So the consultants and the Avangrid team of subject matter experts are reviewing to kind of reduce that subjectivity to get to a point where it's more or less an objective consensus, I guess, if that makes sense. I'm trying, like you have one person, you can start to rule out subjectivity, and when you have more folks weighing in with their point of views and getting agreement. But for the most part, the framework is designed to put in set scores, right, to hit those thresholds. And though there could be some subjectivity around, whether it's a 2 or a 3. We get around that by having, the right people involved to try to make that informed decision.
So it is in a situation where the framework itself provides this objective criteria that says you must achieve this metric if it's a ratio X over Y to be considered consistently for this process to be considered consistently managed.
Correct.
Instead, when you discuss that the framework is objective, you're basing that on the fact that it's not just a single person's opinion, it's several people's opinion.
It's several people's opinion. It's also, it's a national framework developed by NIST. And it's used quite widely through the industry as a form to identify security capability, to really work as a tool to identify current state and identify where you need to go from a security perspective to reduce risk in the organization.
But the framework itself doesn't mandate certain metrics, correct?
Correct. So it might ask things like, do you have an asset management system where all your physical and system assets are cataloged, right? And, from there, you'd rank it 1, 2, 3, or 4 based on people, process, and technologies. And from there, there's an average.
And would you agree that if the company had chosen another firm to perform the evaluation score, the score could have been different?
Not tangibly. I mean, if you're talking about a point or two, maybe. But from the big picture, we don't have a consistent asset management process in our operational networks area. We don't have the consistent identity and access management. So regardless of who've done that assessment, those are key foundational items that we would need to implement. So that would have been the same regardless of who performed the assessment. And even if we did a self-assessment, it would probably be somewhat similar.
So you said that there are several people involved in calculating the maturity score. Is that accurate?
Well, yeah, so it's the consultancy group that's doing the assessment along with the relevant SMEs for those areas. There's not like one SME. So each of those functions would have different folks who have expertise in those areas.
The ultimate score is the score that PwC provides, and I should say it like this.
It's the score the framework provides based on assistance from PwC and the SMEs.
The ultimate score is calculated by PwC, is that correct?
They have a methodology to do that, yes. With inputs and interviews from Avangrid personnel and review with Avangrid personnel.
If Avangrid personnel disagreed with the score, would PwC in any way be obligated to change it?
It's interesting because I'm not sure. It's more collaborative than that. I think they would have the discussion and come to an agreement on what the score is, as opposed to we disagree with that, you must change it. That's not really the purpose of this assessment. The assessment is to try to get a good idea of where we're at and where we need to go.
Could you open RRU 24? the attachment. Thanks. Mr. Zadru, I know you're not the revenue requirement witness, but I think this provides context for my next question, which is related to the revenue requirement impact of cybersecurity costs. In RRU 24, I asked the company to provide the revenue requirement impact of cybersecurity costs for test year 2022 as well as the rate year. And I'm not sure if you can see it, but in row 28, the amounts are listed there as 272,000 in 2022 and 2.929 million in the rate year. So it's an increase of it's a tenfold increase. And so my question to you would be, what could the company or how could the company demonstrate that the costs increase related to cybersecurity between these two periods is appropriate to be recovered from ratepayers?
So I think the big difference from 2022 is that the program was not in place yet, or just getting started, right? So prior to 2022, there really wasn't a huge focus on cybersecurity within the operational technology units. There's different layers of defense from the company, and I think historically and industry-wide that our critical infrastructure are buried under layers of protection in corporations, right? However, with the sophistication of threats and attacks, critical infrastructure is being targeted by really sophisticated threat actors, nation state actors. So the need to build up our security processes to protect our critical infrastructure is a necessity. So we went from not really having anything in place to then trying to put in a program to get us to a place where we are adequately protecting our critical infrastructure and protecting our customers.
And would there be any metrics that the company would be able to demonstrate after this was implemented that we had a baseline of X and now we have the change of Y, and this puts us in this?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole purpose. That's the whole purpose for this framework, is to try and track that progression of what's being implemented, how it impacts the score, and how we went from a 1.9 originally up to a 3, and then we have all the documentation supporting evidence of how we got there.
Okay.
And that is the key usage for the framework, actually, that companies use is to plot that course and to be able to track that improvement.
I'm going to move on now to the series of questions that I originally made to the revenue requirement panel, and they indicated that you all would be the appropriate group to discuss that. And specifically, I would like to go to the plant model, which is for CNG LFE 1 and tab 4.1. So my question is, there's a column, it's in Excel column D, that's titled Description and Original Filing. if you filter that column for the projects that say in A, there are 8 results. And so my question to the panel is whether these projects were incorporated in the company's initial filing.
So they are included within the initial filing. What you'll see is, so for the first project, that is on line 11, Excel Row 22, that's New Britain Gate Station modernization. It is also reflected in the row below that, and you'll notice that this row has 0 planned additions during the period here in this model. The reason why this row is duplicated are because you'll see there's a legacy project ID. You see it's 6A.H1508. So there's 2 project IDs for this specific project. And so the model reflects just both of those line items. However, it's a historical artifact that there's no additions during this time period.
Okay. There were 8 of those projects, and I appreciate that that clarification for that particular project. But there were 8 projects, 2 of which had no cost associated with it. Those I'm not very concerned about. There's the one that you just described, and then the one that's titled OSG Data Center Consolidation CNG. Neither of those have costs associated with them, but the other 6 projects do. And the next one that I see on my list is in line 28, and it's Physical Security Lifecycle Management Program, CNG.
Yes, and so this was reflected in the initial filing. It was actually reflected in the actual historical editions under the name of Security ASD-CNG. And you'll also note in this LFE 001 on Excel line 134, it notes that there was a project with that description in the original filing that's not included here. So this program was referred to as Security ASD-CNG for all of the actual editions. And for the pro forma editions, the name was changed to Physical Security Lifecycle Management. So that would be reflected in all the pro forma exhibits. In the plant model, because it covers both time periods, one of those names was selected in the initial plant model, which was Security ASD. In this vintage, the current reference to that program is being utilized. So they are one and the same.
And are you using the term program and project synonymously?
If I use both terms, yes.
Okay.
It's a program.
This is a program, and does the project ID is the project ID tied to this project, or is it tied to a
project ID is tied to this? There's one unique project ID, and the program description was changed to reflect the fact that prior in 2023 and prior, the program was installing new infrastructure associated with the Security ASD system, and it's pivoting to more exclusively lifecycle management.
And can a program have more than one project ID associated with it?
It would be possible in a scenario where different components of a program are being broken out. So that could be a situation which would arise where there may be multiple IDs for a line item, and that could happen for a number of reasons.
But your testimony is that this particular project associated with this particular project ID was incorporated in the company's initial filing as a historical plant addition. Is that correct?
That this line item was included in the original filing under the description that it's shown in Excel line 134 of this exhibit and tab. Security ASD CNG. So that's a total plant addition of $1.692 million.
Okay, and so when this note that says projects in original filing that are not included in the LFE, that that's actually not accurate for the security ASD CNG. The name has changed, is that?
Since this is based on the description, that there is no project with the description still in the file, right? So it's utilizing the new description. However, that project with that ID was included in the file.
Okay. Is there a reason why the company didn't just include that prior description in the column that says description in original filing? That's what I thought that column was for.
That could be, if that had been done, it would be the equivalent scenario.
Okay. The next item that's there is the CNG 76 Progress Street Stamford facility.
Yes, so for this line item, CNG 76 Progress Street Stamford facility, as well as the next item, which would be the AGR Net 23 OP01 Big Data and Analytics. Both of those items were included in the initial filing in the CapEx forecast. However, they were not included in the plant forecast and plant model.
Okay. After that, we have, and I just want to make sure that doing the applicable ones. After that, we have AGR-TAS-24 Wi-Fi and.
So this is the one AGR TAS-24 Wi-Fi site enhancement is one incremental project identified after the filing, which was included and identified at the beginning of 2024. So this is the only one on the CNG list that would be truly incremental.
Next, we have OSG data center consolidation.
Yeah, so this is the line item, as you mentioned previously, there's a total of 0 additions over the period in the initial filing and as well as in this model. You'll see that there were additions recorded in September, which upon review of actuals, we had identified that those were incorrectly closed to plant and were corrected and opened. The work orders were reopened.
Okay. The next one is ABB system upgrade CNG.
Yeah, so the ABB system upgrade CNG is a project that was identified and included in the initial filing. It's included in CNG CIP 3 line 89.
Was it included in the company's initial plant model?
It is included in the fact that there are additions, so the primary additions associated with this project went into service in 2022. So in that sense, it's included in the project was identified and submitted. There were additional post-go-live activities associated with that project's implementation, which you see went into service here in 2023, which were not, the 2023 values were not included in the initial model.
Okay, and since the 2023 values were not included in the initial model, that's why there's no description in the original filing, is that correct?
In this listing, yes, but there is a description and the project information was included in the filing. As I mentioned in CNG CIP 3, it's identified on line 89, and it's also included within the CNG CIP 4 exhibits with supporting documentation.
And I believe that the final one that we have is new scheduler CNG number 2.
Yes, so there are, this is associated with the line item, I believe, directly above it. Line 80. So CNG new scheduler item identified on line 80. You'll notice that the project IDs are the same and they were included. That project was included in the initial model.
Okay, just 1 second.
Line 80.
Line 80, okay. Okay. And is there no distinction between new scheduler CNG and new scheduler CNG number 2?
The only distinction is that the costs associated with the number 2 item are associated with the it's the dollars associated with the cloud software component. So as a nature of the way that the reports get exported from the system, the different costs get pulled in 2 different manners. So there's 2 line items in our underlying records. So on the schedules that we present, we'll roll those together. But in the details here, they're broken out individually, but they're the same project.
Okay. They're exactly the same project with the same project objectives, et cetera.
That's correct. They're different costs associated with the same project.
And the projects that you noted were in the CIP exhibits, and you also noted one project that was in the capital additions forecast. Is that correct?
The capital expenditures forecast.
Do those have without bringing it up, I can't recall from memory, is it possible to link this specific project either by the project ID or the description to an item on that, or is there a grouping that wouldn't allow for that type of one-for-one matching?
Can you clarify what you mean when you say on that?
On the capital expenditure forecast that you described.
So the 2 items that I mentioned were included within the capital expenditure forecast were the 76 Progress Street Stamford facility and the AGR Net 23 OPO1 Big Data and Analytics. And both of those would be able to be identified by those descriptions.
Okay. And those descriptions would be describing this particular project, not a larger group of, not a larger program that has multiple projects underneath it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I have one question that I was actually, I actually believe Mr. Hurwitz is probably the person to ask. He clarified something during one of the SCG panels for related to CNG, and I wanted to wait until a CNG panel to ask him a clarification question regarding that.
Hello again.
Hello. So my question is related to RRU 766, which is the question related to the mains that had reimbursed costs that were where it appeared that the company was still seeking recovery of those costs.
I recall that.
And I wanted to understand your clarification about that in a little more detail. Are you testifying that the company isn't seeking any incremental costs related to that, and there's an offset for those costs?
I might just try to re-explain what I was attempting to clarify.
Sure.
RRU 766 CNG Attachment 1 provides information around a discrete and limited set of segments of main. And in that attachment, there are 3 where the comments in Excel column D reference a reimbursement. Those 3 segments of main that we've identified are part of this term could be more technically precise, but a broader project that included more than just these 3 elements. We received a reimbursement, as noted here, for that project overall, and reflected the benefit of that reimbursement against the cost of work orders that are associated with that project, but not these 3 discrete subsets that are responsive to RRU 766. So the rate base has been, our proposed rate base has been reduced for the value of that reimbursement. It's just not been applied against these 3 specific work orders, if that makes sense.
Okay. And so if I'm understanding you correctly, the impact on rate base is the company isn't seeking these costs in rate base on a net basis. In other words, the company has an offset related to the reimbursement from the customers. They're just not being applied to these work orders.
That's right. These 3 work orders are a subset of the project overall. And so the benefit of the reimbursement was reflected to a different subset of the project.
Okay. Could we get the details surrounding that accounting just to see what accounts were actually affected by this, since the accounts that we have right now were not those?
I don't have that at my fingertips, but I am sure that is possible.
Okay. So that would be a supplement to which item?
Are you 766?
Okay, So earlier, Mr. Hurwitz, we had a discussion about how you didn't need to supplement that one, and I think we do in fact need to supplement that one. It was in relation to LFE. $77 maybe? 47?
Mr. Paps were relating to 77, but Mr. About 47.
That's right.
No, that was
And
766, but
I'm happy to supplement this one.
Okay.
I do recall the
The
exchange. I
exchange.
think that might have been slightly different than this, but I think I understand what Mr. Paff is seeking. and I'm
Okay.
happy
thank
to
you.
provide it.
And RRU 766, to my recollection, was not related to an LFE. It was an updated response.
From the company.
I do recall the back and forth you're referencing. I think it was with respect to TPS and LFE 47, and I forget the companion DR, but
Okay,
we're happy to supplement this as Mr. Paff is seeking.
thank you.
And those are all of my questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Wheel?
Good afternoon, Tom Wheel from the Office of Consumer Counsel. During the revenue requirements panel, I asked a question about LFE 5, started to ask some questions, which was sponsored by the revenue requirements panel, but it pertained to Primavera software license. So the question that I had asked that panel is whether that expense, that allocated expense for Primavera software was the same thing as Primavera Cloud, which is shown on CNG CIP 3 supplement 5.
They are related but different.
Okay. So I assumed so because my understanding of the Primavera Cloud on the CIP exhibit is that that's a capital investment, correct?
Correct.
And as explained by the revenue requirements panel, the other is an expense. So one is the software license, and what is the nature of the capital investment?
So the capital investment is the actual procurement of the system and the configuration of that system to fit our specific needs.
Okay. And this system, is that hardware or is that like a cloud?
Well, since it's cloud, yeah, it would be the software.
Okay. So you have to purchase the software and then you have to pay an ongoing licensing fee for it?
I believe that is the case.
Okay. And I noticed that exhibit, which is again CNG CIP 3 supplement 5 on line 80. The amount reflected on that exhibit for the Primavera Cloud plant that entered service for 2022 was $37,548, which is like $2.18 off the amount that's allocated for the software license expense. Is that just a coincidence that they're so close?
I believe so.
Okay. And I kind of already asked this, but just to confirm the capital investment panel exhibit, again, CIP 3 supplement 5, shows that plant entering service for 2022 with no subsequent plant additions. So that that's just a one-time investment in Primavera Cloud, or do you know what the useful life of that asset is?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have an understanding of whether there's any other like capital purchases that are necessary for that particular investment?
I do not.
Okay.
I think considering it's software, I mean, with any software, there may be a need to do enhancements for interfaces to other systems. Systems are supported for so long by vendors. There may be a need for upgrades. So certainly, it's a software system that we utilize for project management. So it may require investment.
Thanks. Yeah, and I assume at some point it'll be obsolete, for instance, so there'll be the company will have to invest in either an upgrade to that or some other software that provides a comparable service. But I was just curious if the Primavera Cloud system investment now like has some sort of like sometimes software expires after a certain amount of time or something. Are you aware of anything along those lines for this?
I don't know the details, but I would think because it's cloud, they'll continue to maintain that it's the most current version.
Okay. Thank you. I just have a couple of other questions about late file 85. And specifically just the narrative response. And this is pertaining to the system expansion plan goals. Is this the right panel for this? Thank you. The narrative response discusses the distinction between the original goal, the unit goals established in Docket 130602, and the revised goals. And it notes that original goals were established in that docket. And there's a quote here that says, as stated, quote, after the first 3 years, the market potential becomes less certain. Do you know where that quote is from?
Subject to check, but I believe it's directly from 130602.
Okay. There are like, I think 4 final decisions in that docket. Do you know which dated decision that's referencing?
I don't have it at my fingertips, but we put it in there. It was from one of them.
Okay. Thank you. And the revised targets that are referenced in this narrative and that are reflected in the attachment, were those provided annually, like as the company submitted its annual SER filings, it was revising targets?
They were, and essentially we tried to consider the changing market conditions. At the time the plan was established, oil was almost $5 a gallon. That obviously changed year over year. So we made those revisions and provided them in our annual filings.
Okay. And were those revisions, like, did PURA authorize or confirm those revisions at all within those proceedings?
I don't know that there was formal confirmation of those revised goals, but PURA approved year over year those filings.
Okay. I think I only have questions about one and very few questions about one more exhibit, which is late file 87. And this might be another cybersecurity question. I'm not sure. It pertains to the Dell VX rail system. I'm not sure if this is the right panel for that or if they're. Thank you. My question is just, well, my first question is, what is the Dell VX rail system?
That I can't answer.
Chair Gillette, we do have an SME here, Tom Sakali, who was identified as a potential witness in the underlying case. And we could swear him in to talk about the Dell VX rail system.
Okay, that would be great.
Mr. Sa-
Mr. Sakali, if you could please raise your right hand. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Sakali.
Hi.
What is the Dell VX rail system?
Yeah, so the VX rail system is, so some of these terms are technical. It's a hyperconverged infrastructure, which basically means it's a combination of network, storage, and compute, which are servers. And it allows us to share those resources across hundreds of applications.
Okay. And you might have heard my questions about the cloud investment and detected my lack of familiarity with these things. But is this hardware or software or a mix of both?
Yeah.
Okay. And is this so it's a physical system that exists somewhere? Like
Yeah, it's the gas environments are in 2 data centers, a primary and a backup, or DR. And we have those systems in both of those data centers.
okay. So thank you. The expenditures that are referenced in LFE 87, you know, the nature of the question there was whether there had been a competitive and yeah, like I can give you a second to read the response if it helps.
Yep.
The question was asking whether there had been competitive bids for those expenditures, and the response, as I understand it, was that it was sole sourced because it's proprietary. I mean, that those expenditures were necessary specifically for the VX rail system. Is that correct?
Yeah, so Dell is the manufacturer, and in our experience, Dell provides the best discount for their own products. If we went to a third party to buy Dell products, there's usually a markup, and it would be more expensive to deal with a third party.
Okay. And are these particular expenditures that are referenced here, are these like augmenting the system that was already purchased, or are these the purchase of the system itself?
So this particular one is a upgrade from an original equipment. So we cycle these hardware components in the data center, and they're part of a program. So this particular one was a life cycle.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, these expenditures were upgrades to the VX rail system, and there wasn't really a practical option to use a completely different system. Is that correct?
No, in some cases, we're actually just upgrading memory. And so we wouldn't use differing memory because Dell actually certifies this equipment so that we don't have to.
Okay. Thanks. I think one more question. You were speaking a minute ago about the company's experience with finding that Dell provides discounts for their own products. Has the company ever found a different vendor selling Dell products for a cost that's less than what Dell is offering?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for coming up here. That was OCC's last question for this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, EOE. Attorney Wright. Commissioner Karen.
Yes, one question. It's getting late and it's really hard to see these things at this point. Earlier in discussion with the capital investment panel, We're talking about cyber concerning the NIST framework. And I think, Mr. Jodo, you mentioned there was quite a bit of documentation about how you developed the framework, and you went from, I think it was 1.2 up to 3.1 or something to that effect.
So the framework is a standard framework. And we have documentation of our current assessment. Originally, I think it was 2.9. Or 1.9, and we're at 2.1 right now, with the goal of getting to 3.0.
Okay. And so you said you had a lot of documentation concerning that. Is that been placed in the record as far as you know?
The specific project documentation, not that I'm aware of, other than the financial information. I think the question is more, if once we get to 3.0, would we have all that documentation to prove how we got there? And the question, and my answer is yes, we would have that information.
Okay.
A lot of this is still in flight.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That's it.
Thank you. I just have a quick clarification question, although I think Mr. Path may have gotten to it. In the revenue requirements panel, we're using the word recategorization to refer to what the company did around the questions of whether the projects had been included in the application. We just had a couple more questions about. So I think it's for you, Mr. O'Loughlin. I was just hoping for clarification about if there's any specific nuance to the terminology of recategorization, or if it's just, you're just using it in the plain language.
Yeah, I believe that was used previously, and it was used more generically to describe the nuances that I kind of detailed item by item with Mr. Paff.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no, you weren't using it like in an accounting sense or
No, the recategorization would just apply to the changes in the names, or, reflective of where it is in the different exhibits of actual additions, pro forma, in how it was reflected initially in the filing.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's it for me. Attorney Venara, do you need a moment to consider?
Yes, please. Just a moment.
Sure.
All right.
Maybe.
We have just two questions.
Sure.
Mr. Barea, do you recall on cross-examination from OCC questions regarding a quotation that you provided in one of your late file exhibit responses?
I do.
And were you able to locate the source of that quotation?
I was. It was on page 25 of the original filing of 130602.
And Mr. Zadru,
Yes.
do you recall cross-examination from Mr. Paff on behalf of Pura staff inquiring about the company's cybersecurity investments?
Yes.
And could you provide any additional information on what is the reason that the company is pursuing a 3.0 NIST framework tier?
Sure, yeah, because that actually will, it helps, it'll help for us to identify what we need to do in our critical infrastructure environments to adequately protect and reduce risk to those systems. There, like I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of sophisticated threats out there. You hear it in the news, either from the federal or state agencies that our critical infrastructure is under attack. We've actually seen Chinese affiliated threat actors and Russia affiliated threat actors hit our perimeter. So the threat is real. We see it. We share information with intelligence agencies. So we're getting this information on a regular basis, and the need to really protect our critical infrastructure is a must. And it's one of the reasons why we embarked in this this program to improve our security posture within our operational environments.
Very much. That's all the company has.
Thank you. Okay, we will move to the SCG iteration of this panel. Are there any new witnesses?
No, Chair Gillette.
If you can walk them through the stipulation, I'll ask authority staff to approach the cross-examination table, please.
Very much. To the panel members, do you recall answering a series of questions I asked you at the start of your testimony for CNG on the topic of capital investments?
Yes.
Do you also recall answering questions on cross-examination from Pura staff, OCC, and the commissioners during that portion of the hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
In appearing now for SCG and for the purposes of administrative efficiency, do you adopt your testimony from the CNG transcript and stipulate that if asked those same questions again, your answers would be the same?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Pfaff, please.
Good afternoon, panel. Again, my name is Ryan Paff, and I'm a consultant with Pura and Pura staff. Mr. Zadru, I'll direct this to you since you answered all of the cybersecurity questions. But previously, we had a discussion about the cybersecurity framework, and you answered a series of questions regarding this framework and the NIST CSF criteria. If I answered if I asked you the same questions related to SCG, would your answers be the same?
It would be.
Do you know if PwC was chosen through a competitive bid process or if it was sole sourced related to its work on the cybersecurity framework?
It was through a bid process. However, it was through a global process.
When you say global process, can you expand on that?
Yeah, our Iberdrola company. So there is an initiative across the networks business, so the operational business, to enhance security at all the Iberdrola companies, including Avangrid companies. So PwC was a selected vendor for that purpose, for consistency across the board.
I would now like to ask a similar series of questions that I did previously, and I assume Mr. O'Laughlin will probably be the individual that will be responding, but obviously anyone in the panel that has the information can respond. And I'm going to the plant model for SCG, which was provided as LFE 211. And again, I'm going to be referencing the plant additions detail tab, which is located at tab 4.1. Do you need more time, Mr. O'Laughlin?
I'm there.
Okay. So I've again filtered the description and original filing for all of the ones that the company deemed as not applicable. And I'd like to get clarification about why those did not appear on within the company's original filing, or if you believe that they did, clarification on that. And I can start with the first item that comes up in the filter, which is the Physical Security Lifecycle Management Program.
Correct. And this would be the same situation as I described for CNG. And within this file, the corresponding item is reflected on line 110, Excel row 126. The original description being Security ASD SCG.
And the description that I see on my file is the Physical Security Lifecycle Management Program -CNG. Is that the same as you have?
Yes, it should read SCG.
Okay. And so that's just a typo. That's not a CNG cost that's being absorbed by SCG.
Correct. These are the additions associated with SCG.
The next project is AGR-TAS, and I'll stop there because it goes on for a while and it's getting late.
The Wi-Fi site enhancement. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, this would be the same scenario with CNG, that this is an incremental project identified for early 2024.
Okay, so this actually represents an incremental project.
Yes, the Wi-Fi site enhancement is the one project that's incremental, not included in the original filing.
Okay.
For both companies.
Thank you. The next project, and just set the expectation for everyone, this is 3 of 5. But the next project is OSG Data Center Consolidation, SCG.
Yes, this one would be the same scenario with CNG. There's a total of $0 plan additions reflected in the model.
The next is the ABB System Upgrade, SCG.
Yes, this would be the same scenario as for CNG, and the project was initially identified in CIP 3, line 87, and has supporting documentation included in Exhibit CIP 4.
And the next and final one is the new scheduler software, SCG number 2.
And this is the same scenario as CNG. It is associated with the new scheduler SCG item on line 80. You'll note they both have the same project ID identified. And this line item is just the breakout of the expenditures associated exclusively with the cloud software.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it for authority staff. So Attorney Wheel.
Hello again, Tom Wheel from the Office of Consumer Counsel. I had asked the CNG panel a series of questions about the Primavera Cloud investment for CNG. I noticed that there's also a Primavera Cloud investment reflected on SCG CIP 3 Supplement 5, which is also the plant update that was filed in April at the same time. So would any of the questions I asked about the Primavera Cloud investment for CNG be any different if asked this panel for SCG?
No.
Thank you. I asked some questions about LFE 85, which is the system expansion plan targets. The SCG equivalent of that, there is one, I just lost it, is a LFE 95. And it looks like the narrative response for LFE 95 is identical. Is that accurate?
With the exception of the attainment to target, the material part of the response is identical, yes.
Okay, so the attachment is different with the different target numbers?
Correct.
Okay, but so the questions I had asked regarding where the quote in that response came from, with the modification of your direct testimony, would there, I mean, your redirect testimony, would there be any different response?
It would be the same.
Okay, thank you. And I had also asked questions about how those targets were revised, more specifically, how the revised targets were submitted to PURA, whether PURA authorized or ruled on those targets. Would there be any different responses?
Same response.
Thank you. Just a moment. I had asked a series of questions about the Dell VX Rail system, which reference LFE 87. Does CNG also have a Dell VX Rail system?
Yeah, it's shared.
Okay, that was what I was going to ask. So was the original cost as well as the upgrade cost for that system shared between the companies? Okay.
Yes.
And all the questions I asked about what that system is and what the nature of those expenses generally are, would there be any difference for SCG?
Exactly the same.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions from OCC.
Thank you. Yowie. Attorney Wright. Commissioner Karen. I don't have any questions. Does the company have any redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay, great. So we're gonna stop here for the night. So we'll resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And the first up will be the Clean Energy Innovations CNG panel with OCC up first for cross. Thank you.